Hello. I'm in a
Hi.
weird position. Normally, I'm
Hello.
blocked off from the rest of the
Yeah, who
rest of the
let you
crew.
out of your box?
How'd you get up there?
I broke out. I broke out of my cage.
That's it. That's right.
But for our opening message, I will give you Cap.
Oh God. Oh, there's a. Okay.
No cap.
Hi. No cap with cap. Uh, I guess we'll do a truncated version. Greetings, fellow humanites. We are this is an unrelated one shot. This is a non-continuity one shot that we're going to be running tonight because the long-term plan. Right. Well, the plan of indeterminate length term currently is to winter soldier this channel at the moment. We're going to put it on ice for a little bit, work out the bugs, work out the kinks, let certain things in life settle themselves out and resolve. But we will be continuing to play on Saturdays. We're going to move onto the other side of the duplex. We're all in one building, but we're currently going to close and maybe lock the door a little bit on this side. The Versal plane is where we will be playing on Saturdays and potentially other days, Fridays. I think some of the stuff will get moved over there also. But I guess that's the real keeping of the house since we're packing and moving from one bedroom to another.
Correct.
It's like when the
I'm
kids.
crashing on the
It's like
couch.
when Yeah, it's like when you let the kids kind of get the sense of like, oh, we're moving because you let them like trade bedrooms. So you're like, you have to pack all of your toys and things and now move down the hall. And
I will say the
Yep.
names of everybody's images are really messed up and wrong.
oh, there's some
Oh,
like
yes.
overlap on the text. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, it looks like they're both up at the same time, I think. Apparently I'm Lazarus also right now. Hey, now I'm just ScreanCap.
I'm not quite sure how to see all this, to be honest.
Oh, and
That
there
should
we
be
go.
fixed now.
You'd have to be over on the if you were on Twitch. Like I see, I have a second laptop. I have a camera too, and that has the
Aren't you
Twitch
fancy?
stream up. No.
Mm.
I have my phone
Yeah.
up for the
You
first
know what?
chat.
I do have the
There you go.
Twitch thing. I'm just not on there often. Let me pull up the Twitch thing.
That's so I can collect channel points.
Yes, and as far as Mountain of Mystery goes, we are putting that on just a temporary hiatus through the holidays, being as a lot of people have very differing schedules due to travel and work and all other kinds of things. So we figured it would just be easier for us to do one shots through the holidays. That way, anybody who is available can play, and there's nobody has to miss out on lore and all that kind of stuff if they can't make it. So once all the holidays are over, we'll pick up with Mountain of Mystery again, and get back to that normal chaos. So yeah.
You guys just wait till I run my Krampus one shot.
Oh
That
boy.
Don't
sounds
be
fun.
Krampus in my style, man.
That's right. That's right.
Alrighty.
Amazing.
Is there anything else?
No,
I don't think so.
Alright,
not for
then,
me.
then we can get into the story, which would be great. Our fearless adventurers here of varying sorts and sizes have, for one reason or another, traveled to the city of Silverheart. Silverheart, in this world, is known for being of particularly low crime. No murders, no extortion rings, or anything like that. Maybe some petty theft. As such, one might call the constabulary as being perhaps lax. They don't really see the things that one might see in a city of this size, which is odd, but enjoyed by all of the citizens of the city. And we will work through our characters here. ScreanCap. You are playing.
I'm playing Ptony. He's a blue. He's about 3'9", I think. He might have been different heights and different times. 3'9", dragon, otherwise known as a kobold. And he's not carrying weapons. I think he does have his staff. He's got a staff, but he's dressed like a monk. But he's a barbarian. And he's very entertaining, which is why he has the entertainer background. No, I was gonna say his most prized possession, but it's not his favorite item to travel with is this 7 foot tall, 7 foot 11 inch tall Goliath lady right here.
And that leads us on to our next individual.
Hi.
Introduce yourself to them.
I'm Nimue,
Right.
and I am playing Scarlett, who is a 7'11" Goliath with very beautiful, like flaming red hair, a big scar across her face, and she has the outlook and curiosity and mind of a 10-year-old because of very tragic circumstances that led her to raising herself like from the age of 10 by herself in the woods with no one else around. So yeah, until she found this little guy, and they went adventuring together.
Hey,
Excellent.
uppies.
Puppies.
Picks him up, puts him on her back. on her
There we
shoulders.
go. All right.
So next we'll move on to Alix. Alix, who is joining us in the city?
So, I will be playing Ari. They are about a 5'3", androgynous, kind of strange-looking elf. They don't look like your typical, wood elf or anything like that, or high elf. Who is just wearing a simple cape with leather armors, and walks with a staff. Hari does not speak very much, mainly in like grunts, gestures, occasionally the 1 or 2 words to get what she needs, but that's about it. Yeah, she really likes books.
All right. So next, probably we're kind of going in order of how recent you've arrived to the city. Next, we'll go with Eva Unit. Who have you brought us today?
I've brought you an old hand at the bounty hunting game. My name is Snoke. Listen, I learned some things from the underworld, some ways to move around, but I try to work within the law, keep myself on the up and up, and maybe make sure that others do the same, otherwise they run afoul of me. Hard to find work around this city, though, so,
Alrighty. And then the one who's probably been here the longest, Himbo. Can you introduce us, please?
Good evening. I am Trakatis Kolos, a 5'8", ginger-bearded, satyr bard with a eloquent word, a sharp wit, and a cunning linguist, if I do say so myself.
There he is.
With a lute on my hip, a lyre to my side, a handful of other instruments as well, and I think I have a rapier in one of these pockets.
Who's the liar?
Here we go.
Wait,
So
I'm a barbarian, not a jokester.
So, all of you, in one way or another, have come across a notice from the. Oh, where did we go? from one of the head officials as far as the constabulary goes, the Inspector General Dario Cavanati. And you'll notice hit on various message boards, whether it be from an inn for Trico, at Maryland's bunkhouse, or for Ptony and Scarlett, they've seen something similar to this, which brought them here, seeking adventure. And with what was his name? Stoke, this kind of piqued your interest because, I mean, this area isn't very rife with crime and searching for people. This is probably the most interest-piquing thing in the city at this moment in time. And then for Ari, your searches haven't gone so well as far as looking around in town. So the top guy as far as keeping the law in these parts kind of interests you. So all of you read that this individual is looking for people that have skills beyond, your average, baker or shopkeeper, but it doesn't say what. With their ominous take, it adds to the mystery of it. It adds to the interest. All of you find yourself through whatever directions. Probably the easiest one to find your way to the central district, as it highlights up. Trico probably has the easiest time because he's been here the longest. He's been around the streets a little bit and plying his trade. So the central garrison. That's not good. It's not coming up.
I don't know where my token thingy is to move
So
it.
there is no token on this map.
Okay, cool.
So the central district is right in the center. You can see it highlight up. If you hover over any of these, it'll highlight the district that we're going to. And the central
district,
garrison.
the district in the center.
Exactly. They made it easy for people.
I'm likely coming from the Silver District.
I was in this town one time where the central district was all the way on the west end of the city. This was a very poorly planned center.
If you were staying at Maryland's bunkhouse, that was in the warehouse district.
Sorry.
The Silver Billet is in the Silver District. As one might guess. So I don't have a map for the central garrison. However, as you enter, you find a scene of a large arching, almost completely circular desk in the center of the building, of the first floor. Behind said desk, there are about probably 3 individuals wearing a kind of a medium gray uniform and a silver badge on them. They're milling about. It's actually fairly noisy. People coming in and issuing complaints about neighbors, and somebody's too loud, and my cat's lost. Just they're trying to do the best they can. You can see that they're not particularly interested in finding, lost cats and, coordinating between irate neighbors on who's the loudest. But they're handling it, and they're doing it with a smile on their face. to the left-hand side, you will see a locked, basically a stairway, but it's encased in a cage. One might guess that those leads to more secure areas, potentially cells. Who knows? So far, nobody has ended up there. On the right-hand side is a stairway. It's more kind of a metal grate type stairway leading up to a hallway where there appears to be some doors and offices. And as let's do a roll for everybody. Let's have a do a sort of initiative roll. We'll use that for this to see who makes it there first on this day.
I might be taking my time. After all, you should not move too much on a heavy breakfast.
There you go.
Who'd you eat for breakfast?
I believe her name
One
was
does
Eileen.
not kiss and tell.
Hey, he didn't just kiss, okay? That was it's fine. Everything's fine.
That's
Tony,
not
what did
close
you
to
get?
finding the mayor's son on my own, but
Tony got
regardless.
it.
I got a 15. What do you got it? What are you talking? I'm just walking around.
I got this many.
Five,
Oh,
He tried-
5,
he-
15, 20.
he
So
only has
I'll
four-
average it
he
out
has
to
4
10. You're
fingers on
kind of
each hand.
corral.
They had that one of the first times they encountered each other. Tony and I almost said Tony and Tina. Holy shit! Tony and Scarlett had a discussion about the fact that she has 5 fingers and he has 4 on each hand, and so he is used to base 8 and she's used to decimal.
There you go. I like that. So
I got
I'll
this
average Tony's rollout with Scarlett's to about 10.
Okay.
So the first one to make it there is Ari.
Oh, shocker.
So you get into town. You see that for the day. I'm guessing perhaps your arrival into the city. Your search has led you in and then back out again. Your surroundings are typically aren't as packed with people as they are trees and animals. So you try to avoid staying in the city proper.
Yeah.
Shortly after you step through the door, Trico and Snoke, you guys get there pretty much at the same time. And
hey, buddy.
seeing the whole
Again.
the scene as it was laid out, and then bringing up the back is Tony trying to corral Scarlett onto their mission after collecting
She has about
their payment
But-
from the
but look
caravan
at
that
this.
they came with.
This stuff's so cool. I want to look in this shop.
yeah, she's totally got like 4 different food things that we've gotten from each of the different trucks because she's like, or each of the different carts. She's like, I want to try this. We're gonna, yep, get it. We'll try it. Totally, absolutely. It's always good to have snacks for the road.
Mhm.
Well,
And
someone's
one of you
eating
two
well.
can roll me a d6.
Go for it, Scarlett.
Okay.
We believe in you.
1.
One.
We
So
believed
you
in
guys
you.
got 10 gold from the caravan.
Hey, there you go.
It was a bit of a long trip, and they kind of felt bad trying to haggle with Scarlett, but they were also at the same time terrified to go any lower.
Because if you go lower, you're gonna get to me, and I'm not very good at negotiating.
Or math from the sounds of it.
you get past 3'5", 3'4", 3'3", 3'2". Holy shit! Who is this? Yeah. Now you got to deal with me.
All right.
It's all right. It'll be fine.
So, as you're collecting in, you kind of fall in line with the rest of folks, and eventually, one of the individuals is freed up from dealing with the everyday shenanigans inside central garrison. So he finishes writing something and he just kind of motions up. Next.
If given the opportunity, I would like to slowly slide my way between people to move up as quickly as possible. Chatting up as
You
I
guys,
go.
Is there one of those flyers posted inside the area we're in?
I'm sorry, you're gonna have to be more specific.
Or sorry,
Flyers.
the posters that you said that were up for like the help wanted thing that we have.
Oh, you're talking about the Inspector General's notice.
Yeah,
Gotcha,
that.
gotcha. Yeah, he is up in his office. Um, if you he'll he'll meet with a group of you at a time, so he doesn't have to explain it. That's what he's done in the past. So um, he looks up and around. And he goes, "Anybody looking to meet with the Inspector General?"
Does that have anything to do with that trepidatious memoir I had seen earlier?
I'm sorry. You're tripping on what?
I am merely looking for a prospect in where I can apply my skills.
Oh, you're here for the Inspector General too. Gotcha.
I
How
think
many of
we
you
all
do we
are.
got?
Ari's just gonna raise her hand.
I think we were here to look for the cat, right? There's a missing cat. That's what I heard. No,
That
we'll
sounds
find the
about
cat
right.
later.
Scarlett's licking her fingers from the food she's been eating. There, ice. I think
All right.
we're here for that.
So there's what, 5 of y'all. All right, just head up the stairs to the right there. It's on in the door, all the way at the end of the hall there. Just give a knock and he'll call you in when he's ready.
So hurry up and wait. Got
Nothing
Welcome to
new.
my life.
it. I like him. He said 5. Usually they look at a group and they say 4.5 because of me. But
And he's like,
Or
"Oh, I was talking about the one behind you." Okay.
Don't worry,
I
I
would
can
like-
make up for a man and a half on my own.
I would like to rage, but I'm not going to waste that resource right now.
So you are offered the path up the stairs.
I'm gonna start walking to the stairs.
Alrighty. You make it through all the way there just fine. It's a little over a story. The whole center part of this building is open, and there's windows up above that let in natural light for the day into the internal part of the central garrison. So between that and they have lamps in the darker portions to kind of get all the shadows out of the room. Heading up the stairs, you pass a couple of about what three doors till you get to the very last one on the end, and you see Inspector General, and you have his name right below that, and it's kind of chiseled into the door, along with a solid metal emblem of his position.
Not
Scarlett looks at it and just taps on Tony's shoulder. What does it say?
It says Spectre General. Oh, Inspector General. I guess he's in. This is 3 doors down. That sounds like a great name for a band. What is his name? Dorian Axios? Something like that?
Covenanti. I'll
Yeah.
post it in here.
It's very Italian. See, I have many thoughts now. I'm like, yeah, honestly,
There we
I
go.
wouldn't be surprised if he's also a dragon because I'm Tony Fibonacci and he's Darian Paniccioni.
Venanti.
Maybe you're related.
Could be. I got a big family.
For the audience, I will take a moment saying there is a scene coming up that involves self-harm. So if you wish to step away for a minute or so while it is dealt with in character, I'm going to give you that option to do that.
check my character sheet here.
We'll let you know in chat when the scene is over.
Yep. So if you want to mute or just watch the chat, and that, in case anybody is upset by that, which is understandable. So we will move on. You don't
I'm gonna
hear
tap
any
on
voice.
the nameplate directly.
And as you listen, give me. You guys can. Anybody that's up by the door, give me a perception check.
Okay.
Ooh.
Ayo.
Where's my stuff? Perception.
Ooh.
It's a grungy 20.
18 for me.
18.
1 second. I'm still trying to figure out how to work this fully.
That's okay.
Can you roll it off of
Should-
your character sheet on here?
You should just
Should
be
be
able to
able
click
to.
on it.
I thought I did. Let me try it again. Because didn't do it.
So if you click on it, it should open up a window. You can There we go. Awesome. And Stoke.
Let's see.
Or were you hanging
Where
back?
am I? I'm trying to figure out where my perception is.
Should be right below, right above performance.
I popped out the thing.
I can't accept my perception.
I can't perceive myself.
You cast invisibility. Okay, so this is a question. If you cast
Alright.
invisibility on yourself, can you see yourself?
No.
Leave you, here's what we're gonna do.
Me and my boys are gonna fuck you up.
I rolled a 1.
I rolled
Fuck.
one.
Okay. it's
So
okay.
as you're at the door, you hear the sound of something thudding. Will it sound like furniture on the floor, and then a loud kind of sliding squeak of like wooden furniture against a wooden floor. It's quite abrupt. Both
Kinda-
Trico and Ari
Sounds like someone's being
and
attacked.
Tony.
I'm
Can
gonna
I-
try the doorknob,
I was gonna
One
say,
of them is
can I
unlocked.
or ram it
shove the door open.
Rearranging furniture. Let's go help.
together. Push.
So, as you open the door, you're greeted with the scene. It's kind of dark and dingy, and the drapes are drawn. The pungent odor of stale air and booze is almost tangible. And a man once well put together looks now disheveled, stands atop his chair behind his desk, and his head is going through a rope. As you are coming through the door, the rope is strung to the rafters,
Can I catch the
and
rope?
you can let's see.
Perfect. It's a
Are you
cord.
going for the rope or going to talk to him?
Talk to him.
All right.
Excellent. Yeah, you go talk to the dummy. I'm gonna cast Sorcerer's Burst. At
What's
the rope.
that?
It's apparently an acidic.
Oh,
I'm gonna cast
is
Calm
like-
Emotions on Dorian. Or Dorio.
okay.
Dario?
Go ahead and let's see here.
Let's see how bad of a shot I take. Watch me nat 1 and hit him in the face.
That would suck.
I'm gonna
What's
aim
the save
high.
on your calm emotions?
15.
Ooh. So, what are you saying to him? Well,
Breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in, breathe out.
alrighty. And that was an attack on the rope.
Yeah, that was the 6 on the attack on the rope. I rolled
Wow.
a 2, so it was a nat 1, but like that, the very tall bard is getting in, and I'm like, "Yeah, I don't have a good line of sight here. I'm like 3 foot.
You hit like right next to the rope, up by the rafter, and he locks eyes with Trico for a moment, and he's like, I've had enough. I and as he's talking, the chair actually teeters and slips, leaving him dangling.
I'm gonna jump on. Ari's gonna jump onto the desk where he's like that's close to
Mhm.
where he's at, right? And start cutting at the rope with the sickle she has.
Make an attack roll.
And Scarlett is going to run and grab the guy and just like lift him up.
Did that work?
Okay.
Tony's gonna close the door to the office. Nobody else needs to know about this. We'll
So
sort this out.
he's actually struggling with Scarlett a bit. He's like, you don't understand, but he's talking, so you can hear him, and so you've relieved the pressure.
Mhm.
And
Does a 10 hit?
oh yeah, 10 hits the rope. Just
I do need to know though
what
if
is
he
your
all
what
the,
is your modifier for
For me?
your damage?
Uh, um, that's a great,
Okay,
amazing question. What's that?
it's a dex weapon.
I believe so. Yes.
All right, give go ahead, roll damage on that.
It's there's no modifier on it from what I'm seeing.
Gotcha. Oh, it must be a strength one then.
It's melee and it doesn't say that it's finesse, so
Yep.
yeah.
Go ahead, click on that damage roll real quick.
Okay. That is I think it's a 1d4.
Tony's an interesting.
You should just
head
be able to
in.
click on it in chat, in the chat window. The damage.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yep.
2.
So, fun thing with Tony's attack previously, on top of the little bit of cutting, the acid has kind of spread along the rafter a bit, and your cutting puts enough pressure on it, and it actually doesn't cut or break where you're cutting it. It breaks up top, so the whole rope falls.
we go.
Himbo, you were saying,
yes,
asking a question?
yeah, I do need to know if he failed his charisma saving throw.
He
Because
passed by one.
okay. If he did, I'd have to choose between a couple things, but that's fine.
He's very upset.
So,
He refuses
but-
to be.
as the rope breaks, you feel more of his weight come down on you, Scarlett. As he's freed from his bindings.
Does he
I
look
rolled a-
burned? Oh, sorry.
I was just gonna say I rolled a dirty 20 for my strength. Just
Okay, yeah,
preemptively to see how well she was holding on to him.
you got him. He doesn't fall out of your arms, but the chair is tipped over backwards. You're kind of in between the desk and the chair at this point, with Ari standing on the desk, and then you hear him coughing a bit, as one might, and he's like, just let me down, let me down.
Sorry.
I look
we
at
don't let
I look at Tony like,
We don't let anybody down. Oh, he means put him on the floor. Yeah, that's fine. Actually, you know what? Lay him down on the floor. Just lay him down. Lay him down real quick.
I'll do what Tony says.
Alrighty, so
Appreciate that.
he kind of scrambles out of your grasp, but almost trips a bit. You can see he's got bags under his eyes. Normally, looking at him, looks like a clean-shaven individual. He's He's actually a kind of a medium blue tiefling with white horns that kind of head up and then curl around almost like a halo. Um, his uniform is kind of disheveled, unbuttoned where the jacket would be, and he looks like an absolute mess. His hair is all mussed. Um, he kind of stumbles back and he's leaning against the wall between two windows in his office, rubbing his neck and kind of just shaking his head.
Yeah, I'm gonna walk over to this fella. Now
I'm
look,
gonna attempt to cast Charm Person on him since Common Motions didn't seem to be helpful.
Okay.
Another DC 15, but this time it's a Wisdom saving throw instead of Charisma.
Okay. Oh, he fails that bad.
All right. Unless we do anything harmful to him, he will regard us as friendly acquaintances.
Does emotional harm
Yeah.
count?
Yeah. As he's rubbing his neck, he kind of looks up. He's like,
What about financial?
takes a
Hey,
deep breath,
buddy, how you been? What's going on? Just talk to us.
kind of does a double take. He's like, oh, hi. I've had some rough times lately, and all of the avenues that I've taken to get a problem solved have come up nothing. I haven't seen anything like this in all my years as a constable here in the city, and now it's all being laid at my feet. If I don't get this solved, I'm done for.
Oh, you inherited a problem that wasn't originally yours, and now you're cleaning up the mess. That sounds familiar. Well, temporary problems don't often call for permanent solutions. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna find.
As you're close and talking to him, he smells like a bottle of scotch, a bottle of vodka, and a couple bottles of whiskey all in one. He's
well,
been
I'll be-
drinking hard.
You're making me more hungry, but I'll take care of that later. Oh, it smells like victory. Well, victory for us. So yeah, this is the guy with the thing with the problem, and from what I know, at least the two of us, we like problems because we solved them. But look, you're a tiefling. I'm also blue. A blue D. A blue die.
He kind of looks at you a second, and he's about to say something, but he stops. He's like, I apologize for meeting you in such a state. He tries to straighten his uniform a little bit and kind of do up a couple of the buttons. And he's like, I'm at my wit's end. I'm afraid it's good that you're here, though.
You tried
And-
to tie a full Windsor. You don't have the material for a full Windsor. We're gonna do a half Windsor. Here, I got you. Don't worry about it. We'll fix it.
All right, and he just kind
You
of,
keep talking. Keep talking.
perhaps it's not, or perhaps not all hope is lost. I am Inspector General Dario Covenanti, and he looks to each of you, and he looks to his desk where looks like a recently used glass and a bottle that's not quite empty yet, but then he looks away. He's like, clears his throat a bit, and he bends to pick up his chair, set it right. He's like, if you want, I can explain the situation.
Yes.
There's
well,
several
what's troubling
seats in
you?
the room if you wish to sit.
Yeah, I think an explanation would be appreciated.
Ari's gonna
Scarlett sits on the
silently
floor.
stand.
You're in a company of friends.
Ari's just silently gonna sit in a seat in the corner of the room.
I'm gonna stand because when I stand and everyone else sits, it looks like I'm sitting too. So it's okay.
So he pulls his chair up to his desk again and sits, and he looks at the bottle and he opens the drawer and puts it back down into the drawer, and he tips the glass back real quick, finishing the little bit that's left in there. He clears his throat a little bit. Well, you see, the past few months, citizens have been disappearing. We haven't had anything like this happen. Most of the time, folks are like, "Oh, so and so just ran off with a lover," or, they went and sought out new business ventures. But it's happened too many times to be a coincidence. So we didn't have the resources for tracking and things like that. It's been probably 50 to 75 years since we've had anything remotely in this vein happen. So I reached out first to a retired adventurer in the city, a dragonborn. He's known. He teaches some classes to folks. His name is Gundahar Rider. He's brass dragonborn, and some folks might, out of character wise, some might find that familiar. So he came back, and he wasn't able to get very far. So he gave me some notes and turned it back over to me. So I continued to try to find individuals. I sent out flyers for adventurers from neighboring cities, and took other means to try to find individuals to solve this problem. Things have gotten worse since then. So I have since. Well, that's the main point. If anybody wants to roll an insight check, they may. If they want to get more.
I'm glad we got a druid.
Oh, don't be too glad about that.
I'm glad we got
I
a
was-
lord.
Not one of the ones that I clicked for the bonus. Oof.
Scarlett's a little distracted.
Snoke
busy.
and Trico, you both can see that there's more, but it's not it's more embarrassing for him than anything. It's not perhaps directly related to the situation per se.
Okay.
If you want to get more information, you can try intimidation or persuasion.
I mean, this was a dude who was literally just about to finish the job himself. How are you going to intimidate him?
Yeah.
Psycho's just sitting in front of him, like
We're gonna share
chin
your
on his
internet history
hand.
with everyone.
And he is charmed, by the way, so if you roll persuasion, I'll give you advantage on that.
All right.
Oh damn.
Oh. All right. Tell me how you persuade him.
I'm just gonna walk. I'm just gonna stand up and like lean forward, put a hand on his shoulder.
Listen, clearly things have gotten out of hand and a little bit outside of your wheelhouse. And that's okay. We're here to help, but we need to know everything. Otherwise, we don't know what details might be important and what aren't. What if you decided not to tell us something and it ended up being the key to the entire deal?
He nods a bit. It's like, all right, well, this can't get out. Absolutely cannot.
Absolutely. I'll take it to the grave. I know you will too.
I've gone so far as to try to contract the Black Raven and Snoke, you would be familiar with this name. He is the head of a rather infamous thieves guild from probably the next closest city, probably one of the places you came from. Um, the Black Raven turned him down.
Ah.
He flat out refused me, and and I only reached out to him because the most recent person that has gone missing was the fiance to the mayor's son.
Oh,
And there is an
that's-
audible
be
intake of air.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So where did we go here?
Now, I have
Oh.
a request for information of my own.
Okay.
How many? Before I can even attempt to take on such an arduous task that you are truly in need of help on, we will need information on everyone and everything. How many people went missing? What class they reside in? What location they reside in? Their age, their race, their sex. Every tiny detail matters. What color is their hair? If you don't have all that information, what have you been doing this whole time?
Well, we have a great bit of information. We and he lists off individuals, and what you're gathering quickly is the only district. Well, they've come from nearby the Temple district, though nobody has really been taken from there. But every other district, including the central one, people have just disappeared from. They've left stores or shops at various times of the day, and they just haven't gotten back to where they were going. They've been both citizens and visitors to the city.
Ari's gonna like slightly raise their hand, just gesturing for the man's attention.
And he's like, yes?
Have any animals gone missing?
No. Not that, I mean, other than like cats, but those are run off. They always turn back up. Nothing has gone, no animals have gone missing that haven't returned yet.
Have they been
That
acting
I'm aware of.
strange?
I'm not what do you mean strange?
Walking on two legs, like, speaking common.
Avoiding
Uh,
people that they normally don't avoid, or just
Not that I'm aware of.
okay?
Any new animals show up?
I don't know how you would figure that out. Nobody's reported any, like, no additional sheep or no additional horses or anything like that.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. And why would they? An extra animal for free seems like a steal if you don't report it to the government.
Yes, but you would notice if all the birds just disappeared one day.
Indeed. But
Oh, birds
nothing
are-
of that extent has gone.
Birds aren't real.
Birds are conspiracy. No.
Constructs
more-
built by the higher class.
It's
No,
the
no,
monarchy trying to keep tabs on everybody. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
You're a
damn
very
it.
confusing man.
So
think.
there's this whole guild of artificers, and they invented these things called drones, right? And they we'll talk about it later.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
Birds are real.
You sound like one to
I'm
think the
sure
astral
they're.
plane doesn't
I'm
exist
sure
either.
they are.
This,
I
yes, they're totally real.
I have a point of concern.
I feel like you don't
Well-
believe me.
While all this is happening, Scarlett's sitting there like really nervous, like playing with part of her shirt. She's not saying anything, but she's in her mind. She's like, "But I've talked to them. I know they're real."
Hey,
She
hey,
can
listen.
speak with
Bird-
animals.
Birds have to be real. How do you explain Cancun?
I've talked to them as well. They're real.
I am absolutely not going to allow Tony to become a conspiracy theorist because that's too easy.
Um,
Oh,
Birds are
there's no
entirely
such
real, unlike the moon.
Birds,
No.
birds are not real. Birds are all just wild-shaped druids.
anyways, anyways,
You're like, I unexpectedly don't have a good response to that. It's very strange.
you're right.
Let's be careful. If you do psychic damage to him, it breaks my spell too.
That's
Scarlett will ask though, like she's just kind of sitting there like listening to everybody, and she's gonna pipe up and just be like, has anybody important died recently? Even if they didn't like, even if someone close to them didn't disappear.
No, gods, I hope not. I'm hoping that there hasn't been any ransom yet for the girl, but I realize that's pretty dire. Normally, a ransom would come out. Her parents are the ones who brought in the concern.
They
And
reported her missing.
once the mayor heard, he sent me a letter saying if she's not found, I will be held responsible, and I will all of the other individuals that have gone missing will be added to that docket. So
there's a dick. God.
So,
what
All right.
what I'm offering you in this job, 75 gold each to solve this. Whether you find where she ended up, where she's going, if it's outside of the city, any word, especially for her. But if you can find anything on all of these individuals, I want to be able to provide information to their loved ones. I mean, they come back and talk to me nearly daily, and it's almost unbearable.
I tell you what, I little bit of a counteroffer. 75 sounds good, but you're talking about us tracking down leads for you regarding a lot of missing people, and one of them being pretty high profile. We're gonna need a little bit of the shiny metal to maybe loosen some lips on the way. So why don't we make it an even 80 each, and you can throw in the five for each of us now to use as business expenses.
Roll me a persuasion check, and since he's still charmed for you guys, yeah, you can roll that with advantage.
It's a business. It's a tax write-off.
Mm-hmm.
That is a 14 with advantage.
He looks, and he holds up a finger. He opens the drawer that didn't have his booze in it, and he takes out small coins, each of them bearing the emblem of the inspector. And he's like, these. He has 3 of them. These will give you a favor of up to 10 gold, whether it be a shop, whether it be an inn. It's known that if they turn this in to me, they will get paid.
That's useful, at least to anyone that would be willing to come to you. Still, it'll have its uses.
Well, anybody in the city knows that, or they'll be able to easily find out that if they return this to me, that they will get compensated.
I like that. I like the system you've got here.
Scarlett, this is called the mafia. Go ahead. Sorry. It's fine.
He clears his
Honestly,
throat. He's like, "We don't have mafia here."
No, mate. No.
There is no war in bossing, say.
Now, I don't know about those around me, but I might need more than one of those, simply because I am more affluent than those here, and I might have ties close enough
Hey!
to get me to the mayor's son directly.
Oh, I think he stole them.
Hey,
So
I
if-
resemble that remark.
If you wouldn't mind passing me an additional coin, it would get us much farther along. And I can return both to you directly.
Give me another persuasion roll.
Could I roll
Insert
deception?
Again,
rude gesture at the
advantage.
slight.
Could I roll deception instead of persuasion? Because I am lying about the mayor's son.
Oh,
Either way, yeah, if you're lying about it.
he knows the
Oh,
man's
yeah.
son. He actually probably knows the fiance. See, Scarlett, this is actually way worse and messier than like when we fought the Bahirs or we fought the Aboleths or all the monsters. I would rather fuck around with monsters all day long than people's family bullshit.
Oh, see, I agree with him. Monsters are way easier to deal with.
Animals
you know
are
what they're
better.
gonna do. Monsters and animals, they'll go right for the throat. A person will stab you in the back.
But
So
that's
he,
29.
you asked for an additional coin for yourself,
Yes.
and he's like, that might help. So he passes one to you. So recommendations. You might be able to pick Gundahar's brain a little bit.
I was going
Or you can talk to the girl's parents. They're staying at the Silver Billet,
I have
There's-
another question.
or the mayor, and or his son.
what you got?
And you had another question?
Do you know if the girl was excited about getting married?
They seemed amicable. They'd been, her parents and the mayor and his late wife. They've been friendly for ages, since before their kids were born. They grew up together.
Wanted some.
Kind of the girl's parents. They would frequently visit. She didn't seem adverse from all reports. There was no outbursts or anything like that. And she had attended one of the parties that. Well, there was a kind of an engagement party, celebration that the mayor's son had set up, and a bunch of merchants and things of that nature. They all had a great time, and she got into her carriage, and she went presumably back to the inn.
Okay,
How late is
thank
the
you.
mayor's wife?
Well, you know what happens when
Very
you're,
late.
you're usually incorrect.
Honestly, Gundahar's probably the one to talk to because the mayor has personal investment in this, and the girl's mothers and parents have personal investment in this. Gundahar's the one to get the truth from because he has no personal investment in this.
Inspector.
Trico, roll me a history check. Oh, jeez, Pete.
Dirty
I'm
20.
gonna have to change out your digital dice. Crying out loud.
Wait, you can do that?
I would like you to know that my initiative, where I rolled an 11,
Uh-huh.
the die rolled a 2.
So,
Goddamn.
You
low
make
anyway.
dice.
Oh,
Why are you
shit.
rolling digitally?
Because all of my dice I need to finish. They're not ready to be shipped out yet. They don't have numbers.
Excuses.
His D20 only has 17 sides right now.
Funny you say that. I'm actually working on a 17-sided die.
Yeah.
I, mm,
So,
And I
Trico,
told
you
17.
know that the mayor's son is a big partier. He throws lots of parties nearly every weekend.
Yes.
For friends, people of his age group,
Still
people
trying to
he
find
can
one of those.
influence and stuff like that.
I don't trust
You
him.
also know from rumor around and working in the circles that you have that if he is kind of sucked up to enough, he becomes very friendly.
Would I have any
Define
knowledge on
friendly.
when the last party he held was?
Defines
Um,
up to.
you would know that it was this past weekend.
Hmm.
The last party he had, the one this last weekend was the
Engagement party.
engagement party,
Oh,
which
yeah.
he organized and stuff like that.
And so that was the last time the fiance was seen, was this previous weekend.
Yep.
How long ago was the
On the
previous
carriage.
weekend, by the way? Because it could be
I'm
Friday
get-
for all I know.
I'm gonna say it's so it probably happened Saturday, Sunday time frame. It's like Tuesday.
Okay, so very recent. Gotcha.
Yeah. And as far as how friendly, he will barter favors freely, and if treated appropriately, he gets kind of loose with the lips, and he might let stuff slip. So he's embarrassed his dad more than once by blabbing
Oh,
at a
I
party.
like him already. Like, I didn't like him, and now I do like him because from what I've been told, his dad's a fucking douchebag. So
The son is extremely arrogant.
oh, I like him less.
Yes, but the arrogant tend to be easy to persuade when you remind them of their roots.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah.
All right, people I don't like can absolutely be easily manipulated. You just got to know which key to wind.
I guess I'm curious, did he want to get married? Was he excited?
He
Probably
seemed to
for
be. He
another
threw the
youth
party.
Yeah, but he sounds like the type of person that throw a party just cuz, you know?
He's rich. She's rich. Together they're more rich. That seems to be up his alley.
Something to
Excuse
keep in
me. Sorry.
mind, I've found in my experience.
Please keep that slip private.
What's lit?
Thank you.
Something I found in my experience, in my circles, is that even those of affluent nature tend to cave to their carnal desires whenever they wish, and those that have such influence don't seem to suffer any repercussion for it neither.
Is there anything else you need from me?
Yeah.
Need.
Is there anything in common between all of the people that have been missing? Anything that you may have noticed? Whether it be
With them?
whether it be in common about the people themselves or about the nature of their disappearance.
Other than they've actually disappeared and they've had no particular reason to. There's been loose mutterings, like when one of the assistant shopkeepers was reported to be looking for work elsewhere. One of them was a person that was picking up baked goods and never returned home, and somebody said that she had been friendly with a neighbor, overly friendly, if you get what I mean. But those two had been arguing a lot, and there's a bunch
Was
of
there-
information that could make it plausible that they disappeared.
but
But-
but not connected if it was true.
Right. Exactly.
Is there that's fair. Okay. Well,
I do need
This is
one
why
more.
I'm having trouble solving this.
well.
I do need one more thing from you before I am finished, and that is simply a piece of paper and an ink pen.
And he opens his drawer. He pulls out an inkwell, a quill, and a sheet of paper.
Thank you so much. And I start scribbling onto it while everyone else finishes up whatever they need.
Raising her hand. Before I leave, have you heard any information about Silver Badger?
A silver badger. Not particularly. There are probably some animal handlers and folks that practice animal husbandry that you might be able to talk to. some of the best are employed by the various carriage companies. We have several in the city that are well known.
And one of the
Silver
people were
Steeds.
taken out of their carriages.
Well, I mean, carriage is pretty common way to get around the city.
Do we have to go interview the taxi company?
We might have to, yeah.
You might.
I'll tell you what, Dario. Here's the thing. Look at me, right here. Keep scooch down, right here. There you go. Things are gonna get bad again. Things always get bad again. The next time things get so bad that you think there's no other way out, my name is Tony Fibonacci. You probably never heard of me. But when things get that bad, you quit your fucking job and you come find me.
Why do I imagine Tony is just like in a pinstripe suit with a fedora?
See, I'm getting
Yeah.
penguin
Like a
vibes.
cigar in his mouth, but okay, it looks like a cigar, it's a cigarette.
A little monocle. Where's my monocle? Do I have a monocle?
I'm just like, now that the option's presented, I'm hoping that you'll figure something out. This is all I've known. As you look over him, despite like all of the signs of stress that he's showing, he's probably about 60 years old. He's been doing this his entire life. You get that sense. So this is like a huge crisis for him.
Yeah. It's called the sunk cost fallacy. The longer you put energy and time into a thing, the more you feel like you got to stick to that thing through to the end. And so eventually you start making bad decisions when you should have just cut bait and moved on.
That might very well be. I just don't know what else I can do.
Yo,
And
for
I'm
the best.
sure that the stink of this would follow me wherever I go.
Oh, well, then that sounds like you need to open a tavern. Oh, you mean like the politics? I thought you meant the booze.
No, politics. The booze I can deal
yeah.
with.
Yeah.
And maybe you want to open a tavern so you can
Yeah,
do
open a
more
tavern.
with booze.
Maybe I don't know. And he reaches down and pulls out the remainder of the bottle and he empties the last and he's like,
Maybe
after
not
this-
a tavern. Maybe not.
after this, I'm gonna go dry. And he finishes the last of what was in there. And he rubs his face. Oh, is there anything else I can do for you?
Just get
There
some.
is. Come back. Let me know. If there's any stumbling point that you get to, one of those coins that I gave you should help. It should help open some doors, maybe. And God's help you. God's help me.
Yeah.
I fold the letter I've been writing, grab any lit candle to pour wax onto it, and use my ring to seal it.
He when he sees you looking for candle, he'll take out his stuff and be like, he has a stick of silver sealing wax, and he'll be like, "Do you need this? You're welcome to use
That'll
it."
work. And yes, I seal the.
It's not his seal, so
It's my seal on my ring.
there you go.
If everybody else has had their questions, I think we should get going. I have a couple ideas of where we could potentially start.
Yeah. I'm gonna very dramatically do the somatic and verbal components of the spell sleep, which is not a spell that I know because I am in fact a barbarian and not a spellcaster. You just
He's-
take a nap.
He's gonna go over and open up his window and kind of push
Don't
the
stop,
curtains
what are you
out.
fucking doing?
No, it's easy. He opens up the curtains and kind of takes some papers from his desk and fans at the window a bit.
There you go. Yeah.
You small man, you're very smart for someone whose wit seems to be as sharp as a club.
Hey, every tool's got a use.
Scarlett just druid crafts a little gust of wind. Just to kind of
It's
like
like-
help him.
Appreciate that. That's helpful. And after that he'll walk you guys to his door and
As we're all being funneled out, I'm gonna hand him the letter and tell him not to open until we've left the building, preferably not for another 10 to 15 minutes.
okay. And he'll kind of tuck that into his pocket and all right, will do.
Who are we gonna go beat up?
And you guys head out, come down the stairs. You can see a couple. One of the officers at the desk is gone, and the other two are just kind of smiling, but you notice one of them just rolls their eyes because the two people that were arguing about who was louder are still there.
Arguing about who's louder.
Uh-huh. And they're progressively getting louder, and every now and again he's like, shh, easy, let's keep it down. We got other work going on here. And they quiet down, and then they inevitably build back up again.
Scarlett
coworkers?
sees this and walks over in all 7'11" of her barbarianness and just crosses her arms and looks at the two of them.
They're arguing. They don't notice you at all for a while. And until
Have silence.
the officer kind of looks up at you, and he's like a step or two up above the two individuals arguing. So he's in between your height. And they pause a second and they look to him and then they look back over to you and are like, is there something we can help you with?
Yeah. You can figure your stuff out somewhere else and let these people do their job because you're not helping.
They look at each other and look to him, and he's standing there, he's smiling, but his eyes are like all, glazed over, just kind of nodding. And it takes a moment, and he says, honestly, this isn't our realm of expertise. If you guys can go talk about it outside, unless there's like violence in between you two, then we have no business in this. And if there is violence, that's when you come to us. But I hope it doesn't come to that. You guys are neighbors. I hope you get along and figure it out. And both the ladies look very put out, very disgruntled, and they're like, we want to see the inspector.
Karen's.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he goes, the inspector is busy right now. I can make an appointment for you two in, let me hold on a second. He flips through a page.
I'll
3
make it
days.
in like 6 to 8 business weeks. That man, that man cannot. No, not right now. I'll take you to see him. You follow me.
They're like, 3 days. We need this handled now. We're gonna go write a letter to the mayor. And they huff off.
Make sure you use your local library for a dictionary.
No, thesaurus.
Like, I don't know. I think they could use with both.
Now, I think one of our best routes, if we are looking specifically for the mayor's son's fiance who went missing, is to find out what we can about the last party he held. Maybe something there could give us insight on the matter, or better yet, could give us some dirty laundry. that we might use to leverage against the mayor's son directly. In which case, if that doesn't work, of course, I'd only use that in the case of if my gentle smile and charisma doesn't help along the way. And if neither of those work, I'm sure someone over here has more aggressive manners.
I've got
Scarlett-
a gentle smile and some persuasion right here.
Scarlett's like, why would we use soiled clothing against them?
Because nobody likes when you air their dirty laundry out for the public to see.
Remember the guy upstairs? He opened the window because everything was all stinky, right? Because he didn't want that in his office.
But that goes
Okay.
again.
Scarlett's just very confused. She's like, I want. She would wash her clothes and like put them on a rock to dry. Like she doesn't know what. Like, why are you using
Metaphor- we
soiled
didn't-
clothes? I don't get it.
We didn't talk about metaphors. That's the. Hang on. Like bust out a little notebook. Things to teach Scarlett. Metaphors, similes, and other analogies. All right.
So,
Ari's just gonna duck down and look at what you're writing. It's like, what are all those?
It's the lesson plans.
so
She
the
seems
options
doing
that,
fine.
or potential options that you were given, were going to speak with the former adventurer, talking to the mayor and or the mayor's son, or seeing if you can get a hold of the girl's parents. Which
Where'd the guy go? The guy that was here when we went upstairs, but we came back and he's gone.
do you ask the other guys at the counter?
Yeah.
He's like, oh, he went to go tear his hair out in the back room.
Oh, okay. Is he still back there? Could you just real quick go check and just kind of get eyes on him real quick?
Sure. Did you need him for something?
No. I just want to make sure he's
He's-
not missing.
The guy that's missing is the guy that you had talked to guide you upstairs. So
Oh, yeah,
uh,
no. Yeah,
he's like, yeah, sure. Hold on a second. And he goes back. He goes, hey, Paul. There's a group out here looking for you.
We ain't looking
And
for
he,
him.
go-
We just want to
and
make
he
sure.
just goes, oh my God, are the other ones gone? Yeah, they went and fucked off already. Said they were gonna go talk to the mayor or something. He's like, thank God, they're gonna be his problem.
Excellent. Yeah. All right, cool. No, just
And
wanted to make sure Paul was still, like, around.
Oh,
Did not
okay.
disappear.
Yeah.
No, because
People
my DM
dipping out on
was
their
like, that,
duties, that's all.
that motherfucker is going to be the most recent one who went missing, and then it's going to turn out like 3.5 hours from now. We're like, we should have asked about him. We got to track
You
him.
will. All of the individuals that were listed were not constables at all.
Okay.
They were all common folk. They weren't even like shop owners. They were like assistants to the shop owners and stuff like that.
Mm.
People no one would really
Except
know.
for the fiance, which the name that was given for her was. There we go. It's Myra Bellmeyer. And I'll put that in chat here.
Now, I will say that while our best leads probably would be talking to the mayor's son directly.
Mhm.
If not, talking to her parents would be our better lead. The mayor himself probably won't be much help. In fact, would probably cause more problems if he found out that we're taking on a job he had set for someone else, who then passed that job on to another person. Trust me, when you try to delegate and that delegation becomes a delegation, it becomes a mindful of issues.
Yeah.
Regardless, if those of you wish to find information on the mayor's son, probably be best. I know my way around the Silver Billet, and therefore could possibly gain information on her parents easier.
Stoke would know that from this location, the dojo where Gundahar lives and teaches classes out of is the closest. It in directly the opposite direction is the Silver Billet. but it's a little bit further away. It's about twice as far away. And the mayoral mansion area is probably twice as far away as the Silver Billet from this location.
Okay.
So, Mayoral Mansion is 5, Gundhar's Dojo is 6, and the Silver Billet is number 3.
Gotcha. Gotcha. Well, who do we think's going to lie the least?
I don't think we can judge it based on that. Although I don't know that the mayor's going to have much to say.
Oh no, he's going to lie the most. He's a politician.
That's not what I'm worried about. Let me put it this way, all right? Unless the mayor's involved, I can't think of any reason why he would have any useful information.
I completely agree.
That being said, maybe he is involved. I mean, this is the city with no crime. Who better to get away with something like this than the guy in charge of it all?
Mm-hmm.
I forget, don't bounty hunters have some sort of feature or something like that where they can...
Yep.
Urban, or am I thinking of
No. I have a feature called Ear to the Ground.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can find it.
Doesn't
Was
that
there-
give you a contact?
Or that might be criminal or spy has like a criminal contact, because I think Kaylin has that in her background. See, what this sounds like is this sounds like two different things going on, where either if there's one thing going on, then the people doing the first thing got real stupid because they were grabbing people nobody cared about, and then all of a sudden they grabbed somebody real high profile, which is dumb. Or there's people grabbing up common folk, and then there's someone else who's like, hey, people are going missing. We could grab up this girl in the midst of this.
You
and
think
make
it would be a
look like it's all the
copycat
same thing."
crime?
Yeah.
Not a bad call, but I think we should investigate it as though it's all part of the same thing. Only because, in my experience, it's a lot harder to start with the assumption that this is unique. If you treat it as though they are all part of the same thing, if the one you're looking for is a copycat, you'll find it out you'll figure it out at some point. But at the very least, you have a lot more leads treating it as though everyone left the same way.
Yeah, there was this guy actually from this town that I grew up in. His name was Bobby. He was a barber, and he had a thing called Bobby's razor. He said the simplest explanation is usually correct.
I like that. Bobby's razor. I'm going to have to use that.
The inspector would have told you that that Gundahar, it was about a week before the party where he did his investigation on the common folk. And he hit it. Not that he didn't find anything, he just hit a dead end in his investigation.
Well, then who do we think we're going to get the best, most actionable information out of about the girl? Because if he hit a dead end prior to that, this is the newest, freshest information.
The
And if we
son
can
was the
chase
last
this-
one to talk to her, wasn't he?
My recommendation is unfortunately going to come from personal experience. I would say we hit up the Silver Billet first. People are going to have the loosest slips there. But that being said, that's also because I am more likely to get people to talk in that environment. Someone like our good friend Trico over here might actually have more luck talking up people up at the mansion. I certainly couldn't even get in the door, much less get people to talk to me there.
Trico, you would know that the Silver Billet, as far as inns go, it is very high end. If it's not the mayoral mansion, it's pretty darn close.
Hey, Just because they're expensive drunks doesn't mean they're not drunks.
Also, you would know that you would have to do some fancy talking to even get one of the inspector's coins to work there for a night.
So, Trico wanted to talk to the parents first, right?
Tricos was going to talk to the mayor's son.
The mayor's
I
son, that's right.
hate
And
myself.
then
I was muted
I
this
think.
entire time and been talking.
Oh,
Oh, no.
Tri-
I have been
Trico, don't-
talking for 30
Trico.
minutes.
Trico, don't hate yourself. You're a bard. There's plenty of other people that can hate you for you. Don't hate yourself.
I was going to say, absolutely. I believe that our best bets would actually be splitting our efforts between finding information about the mayor's son, whose name I keep forgetting because I'm bad at this, and then talking directly with her parents. I can slip my way through the Silver Billet as I have been there before. Not easily. It is very classy and high end. In fact, Snoke, I'm not sure you're thinking of the right place. No offense. But that being said, it is a difficult place to get into, even when you are affluent. If I can slide my way in there, I can speak with her parents without any issue. But I can't be in two places at once.
You know what I found that rich people love is watching poor people beat the hell out of each other. So if we need a way to get in there, I could offer my services as entertainment.
Honestly, your strength would probably be best used at the dojo directly. Nothing meets a man's arrogance more than challenging it.
That's true. Let's do it.
EV unit,
Also,
roll
it is
me
Trico, not
a
Trico.
history check.
Okay. See if I can find it in the popped out version.
Actually, wait, let me look at your note real quick. I forget.
How does this character sheet work?
So we're all standing out in the road while this is happening.
Like outside, just out front of the garrison, the central garrison.
Is
There's
there
foot
is there a
traffic
food
around.
stall close by? Because if there is, while this entire conversation has been happening, Scarlett would have been over getting food.
Look, if you want churros, we're gonna get you churros. We're gonna get that drizzly sauce on them. I know. Yeah, we're gonna get it.
She's like, she's not a decision maker. She just goes where Ptony wants to go. So like, if she's
Yeah, there's
here,
a-
smells food.
There's a decent market around here, and in the very center, there's a big fountain.
This is probably about the time, by the way, that Dario would open the letter. It just says in it that that I apologize for having to charm him in such a manner. I was worried that he would have made a rash decision otherwise, and we are still on his side regardless. And that'll also be about the time that the charm person spell wears off, and he'll be aware that he was charmed the entire time.
All right, I'll make note of that.
Ari's, her cloak is gonna turn into something that looks very ornate and very fancy, something worthy of like the silver bullet, or like the fancy part of town.
I'm usually wearing my fine clothing anyways.
I'm not.
I'm not either, but
I got a fancy stick. That's about it.
So, Stoke, you have met Gundahar. He's not an arrogant man. He's very calm, collected, and he enjoys teaching people of all ages martial arts and meditation for peace of mind and things of that nature. I'm going. Was that? That was a history check. I misspoke. It should have been an insight.
Oh,
But
okay.
you can re-roll that if you want.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm better with insight.
So everything you knew, you don't know.
You know what? That sounds normal for me, out of character. So
And if you didn't know, now you know.
Hey, you know.
That's
All right.
right. Now,
Your measure of the man would be that he wouldn't give up on something like this, especially if the general public were going missing, because of just his mannerisms and how he behaved.
Mm.
I don't know that. That's okay.
I'll share it with you.
Oh,
You know it now.
well, see. Now this is an interesting quandary, because why does a man who doesn't give up on things give up on things? But normally, I would say he was threatened. But who could threaten and intimidate a man like Gundahar, as you've described him?
The mayor. But I doubt that it's him, because he's the one that's put so much pressure on him to fix this.
Well, see, now
So-
here's the problem. This is where Tony are crossing up. Is a problem. Sometimes when you're a politician, you create a problem so that you can solve the problem. And so maybe the girl has gone missing because the mayor wants her missing. Maybe these people have gone missing because the mayor wants them missing. And of course, the mayor can't let this go uninvestigated. So he's putting pressure on the investigation, which he, of course, knows is not going to be solved because he knows exactly what's going on.
Also, remember that the two families, the mayor's family and this wealthy merchant family, they've been friends for a long time.
They grew up together. Yeah, you
Consider another thing.
Fuck,
if we are-
Tony's a conspiracy theorist now.
I think that
Yeah.
standing here jabberjawing about what might be happening is less useful to us than just going to one of these locations and asking around.
I am
We
going
don't
to head
know
towards the Silver Billet either way. I'll be back here at this location about 2 days' time if the rest of you do not follow. I think that's the best
Understood.
time to meet back up.
I'm
However,
gonna-
I will say we are focusing very heavily on a singular case on the matter and not considering it as an overarching situation. No one's saying one of the almost similar things seems to be a want to leave. Like even if it is subtle, the woman who left for bread and then come back supposedly was having an affair or some sort, simply wanting to leave an argument, leaving a situation, leaving a relationship. That might be the key here as well. And if her parents, and if this merchant's parents can lead us into any information that might lead to a similar situation with her, we're on the right path. And if it's completely separate, then we need a new key feature.
I'll be honest. It's worth asking about, but it's pretty shaky. It's worth asking about, though. You're right on that front. It's the best we got.
Mhm.
So you're going to the Silver Billet.
Absolutely.
And
I-
Silver Billet's about probably a 20-minute walk away. I'd say Gundahar's 5 to 10-minute walk away. And then
where's the Thieves Guild in town?
there isn't one.
That's
There's no
not what you
crime.
said in my journal.
There's no crime here.
What you said in my journal is that the Thieves Guild doesn't cause problems, which means
How
there
is
is one.
Gundahar so much
No,
closer?
it doesn't cause.
Oh, the neighboring Thieves Guild.
Yes,
Mm,
they can't. The neighboring, all the thieves guilds in the area from different cities, they have no reach into the city.
Okay.
mm.
Is there?
Oh,
I
that's-
know that the Silver Billet isn't.
They've
in-
tried. You know that they've tried, and they've
Is-
not been able to maintain it.
I
in
understand
the
that there's.
past.
I understand that this town is rather crimeless, but that doesn't mean that it doesn't have people down on their luck. Is there a more seedier side of the city that I might like? Maybe in the warehouse district that I could go trawl around alleys and come back in a couple days with what I find.
Yeah, you could go there.
I mean, we're just information gathering. I'm not gonna.
Mhm.
If a fight breaks out and it's not something I can take care of on my own, I'm fucking booking it.
I mean,
They're
from the way
they're
the
paying
map
me to find stuff out, not to die.
from the way the map looks, I'd assume that the artisan district would be the most likely to have
Starving
Oh,
artists.
starving artists, have a lot of lower income housing.
No, because artisan in the nature of this is going to be your skilled laborers, your blacksmiths, and stuff like that.
Mm,
They may be blue collar, but they make good money. Those are going to be people who have enough that they were able to pay to open their own shop rather than work for someone else.
mm.
No, the warehouse district is more likely to have them because that is going to be people who either are day laborers or are here from out of the city.
Mm.
Ari's gonna step closer to the satyr, kind of just indicating that they're gonna go with him.
So are we splitting the party?
Yes.
No.
For information gathering purposes.
I do not think
Do
more
we-
than 2 people are necessary for the silver billet.
I was
As-
gonna say, well, yeah. So if you want to go get rough and tumble in the warehouse district, get a couple barbarians ain't gonna hurt your chances, and
Here's-
the smooth talkers can handle the silver billet.
Here's the important thing. We're all going around this other way. We're going to find our own stuff. We agreed to meet back up in a couple days' time with what we find. If one of us needs help, how are we reaching out to each other?
Scream real loud.
I don't think that's going to be a great idea in my situation. If I'm in trouble, that'll just draw a crowd, which is not what I want.
We want to talk to Gandahar.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
All right, so we are splitting. One group going to Gundahar. So that'll be what? Scarlett, Ptony, and Stoke, and then Trico and Ari are going to Silver Billet. Yes.
2 people are better than one.
Especially
Alrighty.
when
Two
people
better
are
than one,
going
but-
missing.
More than that would cause stumbling over words.
I can be quiet.
Alrighty.
No, that's not the issue.
Let's see.
I can't, so you go. What I lack in height, I
Pat.
make up for in volume.
Pat the cobalt on the dragon on the head.
Thank you. And it's this thing too. He has what did we describe them as? Like little pin scales on the back of his spine. If you
Mhm.
like scratch or pat his head, they kind of go up like the way
Like
a
how an
cat's tail
iguana
when it-
has the little spines that can move on its back.
it's just that-
It's like that.
Yeah, you pat him on the head, and those scales kind of twitch, and you're like, oh, he's happy.
Okay. Well, we will start off with the Silver Billet.
Yeah.
There we go. Alrighty. There we go. I'm guessing not all of you can see that, huh?
No. But that's
I just
probably
black
because you
screen
have
on.
Fog of War on.
That and you don't have. I'll put your tokens on the map so you can actually see what's going on.
I
Or
can see it on
actually,
Twitter.
yeah.
I believe you.
Oh, there we go.
Alrighty.
Popped in for me, but everything popped in for me.
Yep, I just changed it.
Okay.
So, you come up. Let's see. Oop, that's the wrong window. All right. That's a little on the loud side. There you go. There we go. So you come up. It's a rather large inn, with two buildings connected with a small walkway in between the two. Lots of outside seating. Some individuals are seated out on the deck areas, and very well maintained um, stone structure or brick structure. Um, the bricks are a light gray in color, and it appears to have some quartz in it, so they kind of glitter a bit to add to the name. Hmm. So you are welcome to go where you want to go.
I am going to walk inside if possible.
Okay.
This is considered a wall.
Oh. Yep.
There should be a door. Oh yeah, you have to go up the stairs.
I can't. Thank you. It's considering the stair as a wall,
Shouldn't be. I'm.
and
Hmm.
the door is a wall as well.
Is it just walls to me because I'm short.
You can surpass any wall you come across. You've got the heart of a warrior.
So I use my breath weapon on it.
Every line is considered a wall.
Is it because of the way the lighting is set up?
It's because this place is so fancy you can't get in at all.
I have to go like one step at a time.
You're not rich enough to even perceive the door.
There we go. I'm now where I want to be.
Alrighty. When you go in, you can see there's a Bardley type stage on one
Someone
by
dropped-
where Ari is, or near the table that you're at. So
Yes.
up here. So, what do you wish to do?
I'm going to begin by speaking to the what appears to be a woman that is closest to the bard stage, because typically, in my experience, those that
Okay.
are far from entrances but near entertainment are the most likely to be secluded yet willing to have a conversation.
Okay.
So I'm going to walk up to her, sit down at the on the opposite from her, and simply, so haven't been in here recently, but I don't seem to recognize your face either. This is your first time at this establishment.
She looks up. No, I frequent here quite often, at least when I'm in town.
I understand. It's been a week or so since I've specifically been at this establishment. But you say when you come to town, what do you do? Not often that I hear people that come in and out of town, especially
Oh.
not those that stay at the Silver Billet.
I work for a company that provides high-end spirits for those that can afford.
Ah, I
And the
see.
Silver
I
Billet has
understand.
long been a customer.
That does make the most sense, though. Given by your appearance, I would have assumed any other reason. To be honest, you do not seem to fit the aesthetic the other inns typically have around them.
You'll find that very common in this particular inn.
Oh, I am very familiar. How long have you been in town for?
Oh, we got in a couple of days ago.
So
Um,
you must be preparing to leave yet again if you are merchant selling wares to specific
Indeed.
locations. Very well. I I appreciate you taking the time. My name is Try. I'm merely seeking information from those who are staying longer. But do keep an eye out on the roads. There seems to be something in the air.
Always stay careful on the roads, otherwise I wouldn't stay in business very long. And the name is Leah. It was good meeting you.
Likewise.
Irish
Um,
is gonna nod their head at her.
I'm gonna glance around and see if there's anybody I do recognize from the probably once or twice I've ever actually been able to stay at this inn.
You recognize the person that is behind the bar here.
I figured as much. I was hoping to recognize a patron.
Let's see. Give me a perception check. The individual behind the bar you would recognize as Taya Laraway, who's the owner of the Silver Billet. She's got bob cut platinum blonde hair, green eyes. She's about 5.5 feet tall or so.
That would be a 17.
All right. Let's see. The gentleman sitting over towards the front of the establishment you recognize. And I will say the two individuals out on the porch you would recognize also.
Which gentleman did you say?
In the very front, I'm pinging. I don't know. It's hard to see the ping.
Yeah.
Let me see here. There we go. Let's try that. In the very front of the establishment, he's sitting at a table.
No, I can't tell at all.
Oh, I know where he.
Yeah, I'm gonna assume it's the one
The guy in the corner.
over here. Yeah. Okay. I was
Yep.
I was assuming it's that one just in case. I couldn't see any ping.
Oh,
I
yeah,
ended
it's
up
super
just,
bright.
I ended up looking at every single person closely to figure it out. Like that looks like a whammon. That looks like a whammon. That's some titties. And you said I recognize this person?
Yeah, yeah. Maybe not by name, but you've seen him there quite a bit.
Ah, friend, I recognize you. Were you here? What was it? Week and a half ago or so? I believe I was attempting to perform on stage at that time, and I think I recognized your face from the crowd.
He looks up at you, and you notice the rosy-cheeked and nosed indicators that he's been drinking fairly well, but by his stature, you would recognize him as a dwarf. He's been here, in your experience, every time that you have, almost. He goes, yes, well, I think you look familiar. I'm here nearly every night. If not, every other night, maybe, it'd be more accurate. And some days. It is one of the cleanest and safest establishments to imbibe drink at, and they have the best booze.
I could not agree more. Best booze, best atmosphere, best women. But I will say that there I personally am looking for an acquaintance. And I'm not sure if this is the right location. See, I spend so much of my time hopping from warmest bed to warmest bed that I tend to get confused on when someone's referring to this inn versus others, but I'd like to start here. There's
I'd start here too.
there's a merchant family that I recently became acquainted with. I'm not sure if you've heard of them. Their daughter seemed to have piqued the interest of a very affluent man.
Uh, well, I've known a number of merchant families that, and they're all fairly well to do. So, did you have a name? At least a family name?
I do. I'm afraid, though, that they are. It is a very sensitive matter, so I was hoping to avoid having to use it. You see, if you're unaware, that could lead to rumors, and you know how rumors can spread.
Oh, certainly, certainly. I
But
I
I,
don't like dealing with rumors.
I
I
can
like
tell as
dealing with verified information.
you have found one of the cozier corners of this establishment, after all.
And I tell you, many have sunk many a gold coin in trying to loosen these lips with booze. And he boisterously laughs, just like full chest and belly laugh, thinking it a great joke that he has scammed people out of money, trying to get him drunk to spill the beans.
Aw, damn it.
Attempting
Ari's just
to,
gonna chuckle.
attempting to contest a dwarf in a game of drinking would be foolish at the very least. But
I can only tell you, I can only imagine that they thought they had enough gold to outdo my constitution, and they've all been sorely mistaken.
I'm not sure I myself would have enough wherewithal to outdo do you, sir. But I I would be more than happy to give it a try in the future. As I said, though, I am on business at the moment, but
Certainly.
you do seem very friendly. So
I do
I
try
will
to be, unless you try to take my ale.
would not dream of it. Have you heard of the Belmeyer family?
Oh yes, they frequent this establishment and the city.
Well, I have
And
some business that I must get to regarding their family directly, but I'm having some issues with making my way around, as I personally do not have quite the influence I used to, and I'm beginning to be scoffed at simply for appearing here.
he nods. Sometimes reputation can wax and wane, but stick with it, and like with any business, you'll see it turn around again. As for them, I believe they are in town, but I don't believe they're in today. I think they stepped out earlier.
Ah, any idea where they might have gone to? I'm fairly certain that they do not have a brick and mortar to visit directly.
Hmm. My guess would either be uh, so, some of the higher end shops here in the Silver Billet or in the Silver District to check on their warehouse or to go speak with the mayor. And them and the mayor, they've been very comfortable with each other for ages, since
Well,
before they had their children.
as I mentioned, their daughter was getting the eye of an affluent individual.
Oh, yes, their engagement was announced this past weekend. I
Yes.
hear the party was grand.
Yes, I'm still trying to make my way into one. Just I never seem to have the time as when one is being thrown. Um, I do appreciate you for informing me what you could, and I will be sure to get you a drink the next time I'm staying the night. But alas, I do have to get to that business quickly. But
Certainly.
keep
And
me in mind if you happen to see my horns, my ears, my beautiful hair. Just give me a whistle, and I'll be sure to stop by.
that that sounds like a grand prospect. Good luck on your business.
Um,
Hmm.
I would be more than willing to leave with just that information.
Okay.
Prying everyone's ears can lead to rumors spreading quickly.
Yep.
But
Alrighty.
I also would like to know what Ari wishes to do, because I kind of took the full front of that.
Yeah.
Oh no, you're good. Um, just in Dwarvish, Ari's gonna thank him for his time.
The fact that you spoke in Dwarvish, he gets a big grin on his face, which is hard to see. You just see his beard and mustache kind of curl a little bit and raise at the outsides, and he will respond in typically in this world at least. Dwarven cultures have common turns of phrase. When there's a greeting, there's a common turn of phrase to respond to that greeting with. There's a handful of them of varying formalities, and he gives you one that's it's not quite you know extremely formal. It's kind of
Mhm.
mid tier as far as formality goes. He found that very pleasant and amusing to have somebody greet him that way.
Ari's just gonna nod her head and respond like the formal, like the mid tier formalness of like bye.
And he waves and he'll continue on his drink.
Just gonna.
I'm in Ari. I do have a suggestion.
Mhm.
There are three places we could go for more information, but we must speak with the Belmeyer family as soon as possible.
I
Either
agree.
we should go to the mayor, which means that we would be dealing with both the mayor and the Belmeyers simultaneously, or we walk around the shops nearby and attempt to wander across them while we're there, or we stay here and wait for them to return, as this does seem to be the location they spend their nights when they are doing so.
We should probably try the shops because they're a bit closer.
I do agree that that is a good idea. I also think that mayhaps having one of us search through the shops while the other does remain here would be just as
Mhm.
proactive.
If you want, I can search the shops. You seem to know more people here.
If that is
Another option, you could also ask around to see, um, or you could either ask random individuals or the owner um, when they were expected back and to leave them. You know, it's common for them to take notes saying, "Hey, so and so was looking for you and would like to, speak to you." Just saying.
I'm
may not be a bad idea either.
Ari's gonna raise her hand at the uh barkeep.
All right, she looks up and you notice the slightly muted half elven ears of this woman.
Mhm.
Um, she appears to be in her 60s, but a very unweathered 60, as one might imagine from a half elf. She smiles. She's like, what can I do for you?" And she casts a glance
Good evening, Miss Laraway. Lovely as ever.
Kind of looks over the both of you real quick, kind of giving a quick assessment. How may I help you? And you, I think I have seen.
I have been here a few times.
Name starts with the T.
It is Try.
Tricotos.
Very,
Something of.
quite, indeed. And you,
Yes,
Mrs.
good.
Laraway, have not aged a day.
Well, thank you kindly for saying so. How is it I may help the two of you?
Um, could we leave a message for the oh, look at Try and just like,
The Bellmeyer merchants.
Oh, you're acquainted with them?
We have business with them.
Ah,
Specifically, we have business regarding their daughter.
oh. Oh, are you looking to play for the pending nuptials? Or perhaps the reception party?
That has been on my mind, but there's more personal matter that we cannot get into the details on.
Certainly.
Simply,
Um,
if you may inform them that there is a couple individuals. I will be staying here in the bar. Honestly, I quite like the music and might pop up and perform again if you are so willing. But we are simply here to have a conversation with them in regards to their daughter, and that is about as much information as we can provide right now. But that should be all they need to hear.
she takes a moment and thinks, I can take that message for them, and well, since it's about the daughter and perhaps the wedding, I know their intent was to head to the mayor's office today. I think it was for planning of some sort. Um, uh, lady, Lady Colette, um, she seemed rather upset, and Sai, her husband, he was rather stony faced. They're both rather jovial, so I imagine something fell through. Or perhaps something went embarrassingly awry at the party. We know that that boy,
He does tend to
God's,
have a loose lip, doesn't he?
he says all manner of things. I think most of us are hoping that marrying the girl will help temper him some. She has a good head on her shoulders, and he's a bit of a wild being.
With any luck, that will be the case. But yes, this is a personal and urgent matter on the fact. But I do know that it might not be something that they wish to have public knowledge yet. That is
Well,
why
then
I'm
I
trying to
would
keep things
recommend
distinct.
heading to the mayor's. Um, that they said to forward their things there, and I just had a carriage take their luggage to the mayoral mansion.
Ah, well, that does save us some time, I suppose. How long ago had they left from here, anyways?
They left before having breakfast.
All right, so
I would say this is before lunchtime right now, so it was still dark, just budding light over the walls of the city.
and side note, how long would it take approximately for us to leave from here to get to the mayor's?
Um, if you
If we
take a
were,
carriage, it'll be really quick. It'll take about
yeah.
um, it'll take by carriage. It'll probably take 30 minutes or so.
All right. So they've had time to get there and discuss with the mayor to begin with already. All right.
Yeah.
Well, it is much appreciated. Uh, Given the urgency of our matter, I may not be able to stay as long as I had wished to originally. All right, I shall try to return then. I do quite enjoy your establishment. It is one of my favorites.
That is what we aim to make it. My staff and I have worked very hard to do so.
I'll leave any other questions to Ari.
Mm. Do you know where we can find a carriage?
Actually, if you just wait out on the road, they, the, oh crap. Name, the, I forgot the name.
A true DM.
Just make one up on the spot.
Ah, there we go. The Silver Steeds, they frequent around here. They, in fact, you might be able to catch one outside. They usually have a carriage on standby.
Alrighty. Ari's just gonna nod at that, and then
Should
walk
they
out.
come back, I will let them know that you were looking for them.
I do appreciate it quite a lot. And, just between us, Taya, when will you have another opening for the stage?
Whenever somebody steps down.
Alright, I figured as much. It seems like every other time I step in here, someone's managed to get in right before me.
It's a very desired spot. In fact,
That
we do have a second stage in the other side of the building. So there is potential for you to have twice the chance. But people usually are quick to take those up.
Of course. Thank you. Do have a wonderful day.
And you as well. All right. You head outside, and there is indeed a carriage there. It is kind of a dark wood covered carriage with two silver S's, and one of them looks like it's flowing off the mane of a horse.
Mhm.
You've probably seen Trico has seen these carriages around as well. They are known as the Silver Steeds, and they are probably one of the more expensive carriage rides.
Well, this is to be expected.
It's an expensive area.
I simply stand, my hand gestured out, attempting to get their attention.
Oh, how did you distribute the? Well, you got one, Trico. You got one of the inspector's coins. What did we do with the other three?
I thought we had each gotten one, and I had gotten an extra because that's why.
No.
He offered
he
three
gave us-
to begin with,
Okay.
and then you got an extra one, so there's a total of 4.
Snoke is definitely holding on to at least one.
Ari can be holding on to one.
Okay.
That
I guess
way
the real
each
question
group
is,
has
who
2.
doesn't have one?
Tony doesn't have one.
Tony doesn't need one.
Okay.
Tony's good enough
Is
on
it-
his own.
I got my. I
Okay,
am
so-
a token.
Each of you, Tony and Ari have one, and then
Token.
Sorry,
Gold.
yeah. Tony and
Snoke, hold
Stoke
on,
have
hold-
one,
Hold on to this for me.
And-
Here you go.
and then Trico and Ari have the other ones. All right, just wanted to make sure.
I guess I should
All
have
right.
asked ahead of time before we even started if we had pocket change.
Yes, what you got from your background.
I think 15. Yeah, I think I have 15 gold.
I have 20.
You've been in the
Okay.
city a while, and you've been playing, so. And I would say you've probably been playing mostly at Maryland's Bunkhouse, which it's not a bad establishment. It's actually mid-tier, and they see a lot of traffic. Even if they're not as wealthy, they're warehouse managers, sometimes the central or the constable stop in there. That's their favorite place to kind of head. So, roll me a d10. Actually, 2d10. This is for like the past couple of weeks.
I don't think Ari would have much gold.
Could be better, could be worse.
You got 100 gold.
All right. That is appreciated.
Yeah, Ari.
I think I'd have like 2 gold at max from my background, maybe.
Yeah, you got whatever's left in from whatever you've built up.
I take from the woods, I give back to the woods.
Yeah.
I don't really need gold or
No,
money.
I did not know wood was below copper for coins.
There isn't.
It's just wooden nickels.
A hay
So-
penny.
Alrighty. So you guys are going to grab a carriage, or are you gonna walk?
I believe we can afford carrots this time.
They look. The carriage driver hops down and opens the door, and he holds his hand out. It's 10 gold per passenger.
Very well. Don't worry. I have this for now. And I pay the man what he is owed, plus 2 extra for the trouble.
He nods and thanks, and once you guys climb up inside, he'll shut the door. You'll hear some clinking into a metal box, because he's got a nice strong box affixed to the carriage. Oh, where? And he'll open a window. Where will it be?
We have business with the mayor directly.
Ah,
We're heading towards this man.
certainly. All right, take it easy, and we'll get you there with a quickness. And we will bounce over to the others.
All
So
right.
what I'm saying is we should start a fire at the warehouse that the Bellmeyers own, and then that'll draw them out. And then wait, no,
I can do that.
but no, I mean we can. It's not a terribly good idea though.
I think let's not do that.
Aw.
Well,
Like
well,
you can see that Scarlett had like a little bit of fire like started in her hand and just like snuffs out.
I tell you what, we could keep it as a backup plan.
Okay.
You know, in a brainstorming session, not every idea has to be good. You need ideas to throw out so that you can realize and recognize when the idea is actually good.
exactly.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you guys were heading to Gundahar's, correct?
Yeah, we're heading to the dojo.
Alrighty. Let's take a peek at that, make sure that's good to go. Delete.
There's a map. There's a map. There's a map. There's a map. There's a map.
Go.
The question is when you scroll in on the map, how do you move around?
Arrow keys.
I tried
Or
that.
right-
It doesn't.
Right click and drag.
Oh, okay. And I assume that if I drag it up, it'll pull me that way.
Yeah.
Okay. I was confused.
All right. So you make it. What the heck? All right. So you make it to the dojo.
Oh wow!
and something-
We were just raided. I just wanted to point that out.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I give him a
Dr.
shout out.
Legends.
Welcome in.
Hello there.
Thank you,
Welcome to the
welcome in.
chaos. There's
Yeah.
totally no arson going on here. Promise.
Yet.
No.
Oh.
Shh. If you talk about it in advance, then it's premeditated.
So something Snoke would notice is that this time of day, the dojo's windows would be all open and the doors would be open. The sounds of kind of hand-to-hand combat would be happening. All the windows are buttoned up. The front door's closed, and it is quiet.
Hmm.
Okay. Well then.
Let me crack these little dragon knuckles here real quick. Okay.
That was a sound in response to that.
Excitement.
All right, look. If things get hairy, you're the muscle.
I appreciate your vote of confidence. She's the
Yeah.
muscle.
No, what do you mean? She's range support. She's gonna toss you at them, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
She's the fighter. I'm the weapon.
Gonna abacure this shit.
That's right. A beast.
So
It's not the,
additionally-
it's not the special. It's a
It's
beast.
dark. You said there's not a lot. There's nothing. It doesn't look like there's a lot of activity.
there's no candles on inside. You know that from being around here before, that all of the windows are more like, there's no glass windows. They're all shuttered. So he doesn't have to open anything. He can just open them up after unlocking them from the inside and let air flow through and all that stuff.
Okay.
So
I want to. Go ahead.
Woo.
is this like normal hours of operation?
Yes.
Oh, cool. I can
Normally
just
it'd be
arrow keys.
lively.
Man, it's dark. I don't see
you
a
guys go.
door. Is this the door?
If you get close, you should see part of a door.
Is this the door or is this the door?
Woo.
Which one's the door?
This one.
Oh,
You should be able to click on that.
well, nothing to it but to do it.
And the door opens. Front door's not locked.
I see something from where I'm standing that immediately makes me reach to my weapon and just grab the hilt. We may have a problem here.
Oh, good. We solve problems. I'm gonna get my my quarterstaff and shield.
I can't go through that.
Is that the problem?
Oh, wait. Okay. Did you just drag me in?
Yep,
Okay. Yeah.
I can do that because I'm DM.
Ah. All right. Time to split up, gang. Look for clues.
I want to invest.
Scar-
I want to investigate
Scarlett's got her
the
sword
sheer-
out. No,
Wait.
I am gonna investigate the ceiling. And she
Well-
touches the ceiling.
I was just
So-
gonna say, yeah.
In the dojo, Scarlett's gonna have some issues walking around. Like her head is skimming the rafters that the above floor are sitting on. So there'll be no jumping for her. But she's not having to duck or crouch or anything like that. In the room, you see a counter, again, to your right as you enter the door. There's benches that sit below the two locked and boarded windows. And there are two training dummies. They're basically logs with smaller logs stuffed in the side, and they look like they've been like battered.
That makes sense.
They're all smooth and they're just pounded in. They look polished smooth in the areas where they've been normally hit.
Okay.
Cushions for meditation, as well as an altar, where there's a empty unlit incense bowl. To the left of that is a weapon rack with training weapons, and there's a small chest to the right of the altar, as well as stairs to go upstairs.
All right. First things first. Oh wait, is that blood that I see?
Yes.
Okay.
Nice. How's that? Okay.
Because I was like, that
We're all just
that
sitting
wasn't
there
mentioned
patiently
in your
waiting.
description. I wanted to make sure.
So that's blood. I mean, I'm
You
pretty
see
sure it's
a
blood. It might
decent
not be.
pool of blood. And whatever happened there, somebody put. It's hard to justify
That
somebody
much.
walking away from that much blood.
Is there a trail?
There are some streaks near the in between the pool and the small chest to the side of the altar.
I guess
Oh.
my question is it like the amount of blood that Ptony would be dead, or the amount of blood that Scarlett would be dead?
Well, Ptony would probably be dead for that much blood,
Uh,
but an
go
actual
sniff it.
dragonborn might survive.
Snoke is
A real dragon would be fine.
Snoke.
I-
Snoke.
I'll be fine. I'm gonna
Snoke?
sniff the blood. Smells like brass. No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Snoke wants to take out his rapier and edge closer to the chest. Be like, I'm not sure what's about to happen, but I've heard things, and you know, hanging around bars, you hear a lot of drunk, crazy nut jobs say things, but sometimes you think they just might be right. And I poke the chest with the sword.
An actual attack poke or just probing poke?
uh,
That is an important question.
a probing poke. I mean, if it's anything other than wood, it will go in. But I'm not trying to break a wooden chest.
Okay. So two things happen.
Roll initiative.
One, roll me a dexterity save,
Oh no!
and two, roll me an attack.
Oh, okay. Okay, fuck this. Pop in. The popped out version of this sheet is terrible.
As you anger the chest, Tony's like, I got this dagger. I could have just thrown it from here. I mean,
Really? That's my.
That was bad.
Yeah, on a +7. Ha! Where was that one roll ago?
So,
so you
Oh.
die, but you kill it.
so the first one, that was your dex. Oh yeah. So
Wow.
that was the altar one. You see. Yeah, let's do this.
Oh, okay.
Ever
Did
picked a
anybody
lock of
notice what
thermite
Himbo
before?
just did in chat?
What's up?
Oh,
I have Twitch turned off
Uh,
right now.
Oh,
fine.
that's
We haven't rolled
supposed to-
initiative yet. It doesn't count.
That's supposed to be with advantage.
It's combat only.
I'll roll again. So does 19 hit you?
Let me double check. Where the hell's my AC? There's my AC. Yeah, 19 hits.
Okay, so as you're poking at the chest, the altar reaches out and touches you. Why didn't that go?
God, I
Oh.
feel like I'm back in Catholic school.
Four 11s. 11 damages.
Okay. Do I need
And now
to,
everybody roll initiative.
do I need to do damage against the chest or no?
What was your attack again?
A nat 20?
Was it-
Nat 20.
Yeah, roll. Oops. Yeah, roll damage against the chest.
All right, cool. My feature enhanced critical, since this is dealing slashing damage, is going to say that whatever the chest is has disadvantage on all attacks until the start of my next turn.
Oh, nice. So the chest has
Turns out it's been a
disadvantage.
normal chest this entire time, and you're just being stabbed in the back by somebody.
Apparently.
No, it would have been hilarious if the chest was just a chest, and the altar is like, everybody stabs my friend. It's like the altar's like emotional support rock. And they're like,
So critical
The
hit.
chest is a chest. The lock on it is a mimic.
8,
the lock,
8
the
damage.
hinges, all of the metal
8
on
damage.
the wood is
Alrighty.
wood.
The
All
coins
of
in
the
your
metal
pouch.
pieces are
And,
individual mimics.
So
Love
I am going to just say I have that, and I'm going to use my once per turn on for. Oh, yeah, it just posted both. Fine. I'm using both parts of that.
Said 8. Sorry, what was that?
I hit a creature with an attack that deals slashing damage. Its speed is
Okay.
reduced by 10 feet, and it's rolling at disadvantage on attack rolls.
Okay. And then
Woohoo!
go ahead and all you lovely people roll initiative.
13.
Alrighty. Those.
Because I rolled an
Sorry.
average 10.
There's
Got it,
nothing
Sam.
average about you.
Her friend is pretty average.
Oh.
Whoops.
No, my friend's a
that-
dragon.
Oh, that's true. That's right. See,
That's true.
I'm an
Hey,
average, but
And
but I'm an
you know
average
that because
dragon.
you know that because he told you that, and dragons can't lie. So
That's right.
And
in this
then
book.
Tony, did you roll initiative?
I rolled a whole 10. I rolled a 7
Alright.
plus a 3.
Oh, you're using physical dice. There we go.
No, it was up there. It was
Oh,
yeah,
I didn't have you toggled yet.
yeah. Let's see what the physical dice would have given me. A dirty 20,
Alrighty.
but no, a 10. A 10.
Yeah, use your real
Okie
dice,
dokie.
Cap. Don't trust the digital dice.
There we
Which
go.
one?
Combat music.
Ooh, here we go. That one right there.
All of them.
Alrighty.
All
It
at
looks
once.
like Snoke is first.
I rolled a 722 for initiative.
So I'm up first.
interesting.
I like the idea that there originally was only going to be one mimic, and then I added another one from
Yeah.
my redemption.
So you think.
So is
There's three.
anything
There's actually-
happening
There's actually
before?
3. You haven't found it yet.
I was gonna say there's
Is anything happening before I get to take my turn, or
Nope, it's your turn.
both of
Okay.
the dummies. Both of the dummies are actually scarecrow mimics.
That hurt.
Yeah.
I forget. Do I have extra attack? How do I
Fifth,
find
fifth
out?
level you should. It
I
should be
should.
under your attack. Yeah. Or it should be under action. It said when you take the attack action, you can attack twice.
You're assuming that I know where to look for that.
That's fair.
Right now,
I
I don't know where to find my actions. I did all of that by looking in my inventory and clicking on things.
there you go.
Actions.
I have
Where do I find those? Oh, is
You
it
do not. It does not appear you have extra attack.
as a rogue?
Oh.
Really?
Oh
No,
no,
rogues
rogues
have
don't
sneak
get extra
attack.
attack. Your sneak attack increases as you level up. That's how you
Ah,
increase your damage.
Bang that damage out.
okie dokie then. In that case, Oh, fun. Apparently, rapier has a feature that I didn't know existed.
Oh, that must be the 2024 stuff.
Really?
I was gonna say,
Yeah.
yeah. So it's got. Is it?
It's
not
fine.
Vex, is it?
It's Vex.
Oh, is it okay?
You can ignore that if you want.
I mean, it doesn't matter. I get advantage on attack rolls anyways because I'm going before them.
Yep.
Assassinate, baby.
Yeah, that's it.
And technically, I get to use my sneak attack because it's you get sneak attack dice on anything you have advantage on.
Yes,
So I'm just gonna step up here, and that hurt. I'm gonna stab it. Oh no. Oh, there it is. Okay. It doesn't like me doing that. With advantage. Does a
Yeah, that
26
hits.
hit? Alright.
Yep. Just a bit.
And that'll be normal dabblage. Alright.
Sneaky attack.
Plus my sneaks. Do an extra
3d6.
D6. Once per turn, you can deal an extra D6.
I think it's 3d6 at level 5, isn't it?
Should be.
It does say 3d6, yeah.
Yep.
There's slashing. So that's going to be 17.
Shoot.
Which, lowering its speed by, again. It's not stacking, but, you know, just keeping it up. And then I'm going to cunning action disengage and step back 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 since I stepped forward 5 feet.
Okay.
And that'll be my turn.
Get him.
I like it. Oh, we do have rollers. Cool.
Scarlett can go.
Awesome. Okay.
See?
So, let's see here.
It just
She's going to. Well, she's going to bonus action rage.
You wouldn't like me when I'm angry.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
someone just hit the person that she's with, or something just hit the person she's with. She's not happy about it.
I don't think this is at all canon, but I immediately, coupling rage with the fact that you said she has the mentality of a 10-year-old, I immediately imagined a toddler in a grocery store throwing a tantrum.
Yeah, pretty much.
The little girl from
So-
Zoom.
Yeah.
I get +2 melee damage with strength weapons. Okay, awesome. So she is going to step forward and hit this one with her longsword.
Alrighty.
So that is a 16 to hit.
Yep, that hits.
Okay, so D6s. Okay, 2d6. 6. So 13 points of damage on the first swing.
Alrighty.
And then Oh, that's definitely gonna hit because that was an 18 on the die. So, yeah, 18 plus 8 to hit.
Yeah, that hits. Just a bit.
Yeah.
A little bit.
And that is 16 points of damage with the second hit.
Ooh.
Boom.
Okay.
Oops. And that the altar's looking a bit rough.
Okay.
Alrighty.
We've had one
Is
attack.
that
but
it?
What about second attack?
Yep, because I use my bonus action to rage, so
Oh,
I'm not gonna move
yep.
or anything. So yep, that is my rage attack.
No, bad altar.
Yeah.
All right. And what did your Stokes attack do? It slowed it by
10
5 feet? 10 feet. Oof.
Yeah.
So this guy, he goes up there because that's all he can do, and he's going to part of the weird chest-like body opens up, and a kind of a weird elongated arm reaches out to smack at you.
No. That's a bad chest. No.
Here we go. And Ataki.
Roll the
16.
question mark. Ooh.
No, sorry, my
16 will
AC is
not
higher
hit.
than a question mark.
Alrighty.
It's an infinity symbol.
So that does not happen. And then we go next is Tony's turn.
Oh, that's me. Oh, okay. All right. Well then, I suppose in this case, do we have flanking by any chance?
Absolutely.
Excellent. So since that little dum dum came out of that corner, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, there we go. There we go. That's a good location to get into. So I have a feature called Draconic Cry that only works on creatures that can hear. So should I roll some sort of investigation thing? I assume this would be an action if I were to like try to figure out, can these things hear me?
They can hear you.
Oh,
Can they
excellent.
understand?
Well, they don't need to, because as he's getting into position, he saw this thing like lash out at Scarlett, and his there's a little curl of smoke as he's like clearing his throat. He's a little 3 foot too. Sorry, hang on a second. He gets in right behind them, and everything within 10 feet, he roars. And I love the idea that it's like the Simba from the beginning of The Lion King, where he's like. But it's the one where Simba starts doing it, but Mufasa roars, and you just hear Tony's actual draconic ancestor come out of his mouth when he roars at these two things. And so all of us now have advantage on both of them until the end of my next turn. For my bonus.
I like
action.
it.
So now, I will. I don't think I want to punch the mimic. That feels acidically bad. So I'm gonna hit it with the quarterstaff.
Okay.
So that is a +7. That's the 15.
That hits.
Oh, excellent. And that's gonna be. He has the shield, so it's 1d6 + 4. I'll roll your dice. So 7 damage on the first one, and An 18 to hit on the second one.
That hits.
I didn't roll with advantage on either of those.
Roll it. Roll.
Okay.
Okay. You can roll again for the first hit. Okay.
Okay. Well, they both
So-
both hit and both normal.
Yep.
7 and a glorious 1 on the die for 5 on the second hit.
12.
And that'll be my turn.
The chest is looking pretty rough too.
Good.
So the altar, having been thoroughly whacked by Scarlett, is going to go bitey on her. And that's a 20 to hit.
That will hit.
And that's 7 damage.
Okay. What kind of damage is it?
So 2 of it is acid and 5 of it is piercing.
Okay. 'Cause
So the piercing, you're
is halved.
so 3, and so a total of 5 damage.
Okay. Got it.
Alrighty. And that's it for that guy. He's kind of stuck. And it's back to Snoke.
All right. Snoke is gonna just drop his rapier on the ground, and he's gonna pull out his short bow,
Okay.
and he's gonna fire at the altar.
Okay.
What advantage?
Yup.
Woo!
That hits.
9 damage with sneak attack, making that another 8, making that 18.
All right. Hey, he's not looking happy.
Good. We just wanted to ask you some questions about your altar's extended warranty.
Do you have time to talk to me about our Lord and Savior, dragons looking like kobolds?
That sounds
Our Lord
crazy.
and Savior, goth chicks and fishnets.
Yeah, that too. Is that
How do I
that
become
it
a
for your turn?
That's it for my turn.
All right.
I'm a warlock of that patroness.
Scarlett, your go.
Okay. So she is going to attack the one right in front of her. First swing. That's an 18 to hit. With advantage, I did roll twice. That's 2d6. Keep forgetting. New sword, who dis?
Is that-
11 points of damage.
Which one was that on again?
The one right in front of her.
Okay, the altar.
Mhm.
How many? 11?
11?
All right. You see that it kind of loses its shape and turns into a kind of a brown-gray puddle on the ground.
Ugh. Okay.
Good job. Excellent work.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you. And then I will hit the second one then. $22 to hit. match.
Oh yeah, that. Yeah.
And that's 12 points of damage.
Alrighty.
And
It's not down, but it's not happy.
that's all I can do.
Alrighty. Alright. This guy has been thoroughly whacked on both sides, so he's... That last hit really hurt, so it's going to try to bite Scarlett again. Well, let's not attack with the dead one.
The dead one makes a death throw.
And 7 does not hit.
Nope, not even close.
I need the 3 of you to roll me a perception check real quick.
Okay.
Oh, I got a +1 to that. I'm focused.
22.
Woo!
Her spidey senses are on. She's like in the midst of combat and just doesn't see through the walls. It's fine.
ADHD barbarian.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Correct.
And Stoke, did you roll?
Eva?
I'm sorry, what? I didn't.
Did you
I
roll
didn't hear anything. I
perception check?
was wondering why I didn't hear anything for a second. Yeleda. No. No, I do not perceive
So-
what you want me to perceive.
Well, I don't particularly want you to perceive it, but
Ah,
Scarlett,
yeah.
after
Scarlett, yes.
waylaying, she kind of does a glance around the room, and she notices that this particular dummy has shifted closer
Oh,
to Stoke.
Does she want to say something?
Can I?
Yeah,
Okay, yeah. Then, which one did you say it was?
this dummy.
Okay.
No, I'm the dumb.
Snoke,
We're getting raided again.
one of
Oh
those,
shit!
one of those things that you like beat up moved. Thank you for the raid.
One of the things that I beat. Oh fuck!
She's like, she doesn't know what it is, so she can tell people hit it, but like that wooden thingy with the arms and the wood.
Yes. The jump scare mannequin.
Yes.
It's a,
Hmm.
a hairless
Correct.
bipedal. Behold, a man.
Is the
All
tree?
right. Oh, so we move on to
Tony.
Tony. It's your go.
Oh, me? Oh, all
Yeah.
right. Well, this one just tried to take a bite of my friend here. And that's unacceptable. So I'm gonna have to give it the wacky whack. And this time I'll have to remember. Wait, so it's a +7, I believe. Yes, +7. And I'll have to remember I can do a thing.
Do the
And
roar.
advantage. Advantage. Hey, 21.
Yeah, it hits.
And so that's going to be 1d6 plus 4. I can roll that here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Bum. 8. And even if it does finish the job, but I kind of hope it doesn't, because I forgot, as a Zealot Barbarian, I have Divine Fury, and I can drop an extra 1d6 plus 2 radiant damage because you tried to bite my friend.
All right, so it doesn't matter what you roll on that one. because it was holding on by 1 hit point after the hit.
Amazing.
He had 9 left.
Hey, I just finished I just cleaned up the rest of it. You did all the work. I just finished this one.
All right.
And okay,
Is
so
that
that one's dead, and that's only my first attack then. So then I
Ooh.
can. I should have enough movement to get there.
15?
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, and I don't have advantage on this one. That's a regular attack. Oh! How did I roll a 7? Is that? Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and a d20. 15. There we go.
That does hit.
And that's much better than a 7, which was technically impossible. And that's 1d6 plus 4. So that's 7 points on that one.
Alrighty.
And that's my turn. This one, I love the idea that he would have run up to the wrong one and hit the wrong one.
I don't know how I added that little dot there, and I don't know how to get rid of it.
What little dot?
The one on Tony.
Oh,
Yeah, the one underneath Tony.
Oh, is there
I
one?
was trying to measure, and all of a sudden it did that, and I was like, wait, no!
Oh, no, so what you did was, that is your measurement. If you click on it
Yep.
again, it should go away.
It's not.
Oh, well, in that case, you fucked it up!
It is. So you want me to hit this dummy, right?
You done messed
so
up
it is
Aaron.
Snoke's go.
It is Snoke's go. Snoke is gonna pick his rapier back up and jump in and slash at this thing. I got weird looks from the wife as she closed the door. Is this thing going after? Well, it doesn't matter. I've got someone within 5 feet of it. Advantage. Cool.
Yep.
Damage. Normal. I'm assuming.
Yep.
And
Another 7.
sneak attack. Damage. Rolled.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Well played.
You know, I could bonus action disengage.
You could.
I'm gonna reach down into my and grab my ankle dagger and do an offhand hit with it, which is like I think that's you can do that as a bonus action. You just can't add your proficiency or anything.
You can add proficiency, but you can't add your strength or dex to it. The ability score. So you're
Just
still
a
proficient
flat
with the
1d4.
weapon. You're just not. You're offhanded basically.
Okay, how do I do that in
If you
Attack.
roll,
offhand? Cool. It gives me that option,
there you go.
but I still get advantage because
Yep.
it. Does
Yeah,
that hit?
hits.
All right. Normal damage.
1.
Damn right. Poked it in its eye.
I was gonna say
Be a
it could
little
be worse, but well,
Gives it a little squeak.
I gave it a prick.
hey, that's my job.
Yeah, but you're not here. Someone's got to do it for you.
Alrighty. Is
We
that
got
it?
to
So
remind
you-
them of the little prick.
Usually they call me the little prick.
It is the practice
Dummies.
dummy's turn. So this guy is going to reach out and give one of the little small log arms is going to turn into this tentacle type thing and give you a hit. Stoke.
Okie doke.
Oh,
18 hit?
Yeah, 18 hits. How much
Sound
damage?
disappointed, cat.
7 damage.
Okay, half that.
Okay.
Uncanny dodge.
Okay.
So, it's... It says
Uh,
half. I'll round it up.
Yeah.
So that's
Oh
good.
yeah, Neo was a
Or-
rogue. That's right, because he did the.
it is
Oh,
then
look,
Scarlett's
look.
go.
Okay. Well, she is gonna run over here. Oop. What did I do? Can I not pick her up now?
I'm just over here screaming, just like, why does Gundahar have so many mimics in his dojo?
There we go.
Sometimes you just gotta fight the furniture.
Run over there. And
I wish that didn't make so much sense.
Right. Honestly, yeah, fighting mimics.
20,
You know. Go ahead, sorry.
26 to hit. What were you gonna say?
That hits.
Honestly, it makes sense because, like, if you don't know, like, what's going to attack you and what's not, it keeps you on your toes. Like, it actually trains you to be really aware of your environment and whatnot.
14
I love.
points of damage on the first.
Okay.
I'd love they'd be having a tactical conversation about this. Like, no, I kind of understand the logic. Like, if you don't know if your desk is just gonna like try to bite you in the legs, you're gonna be all, you gotta be on your toes.
24 to hit on the second attack.
Yep.
And that is... math. 16 points of damage.
And that guy's dead too.
And he wouldn't probably make the mimics public
She-
knowledge because keeping those cards close to his chest, but that pales in comparison to what could be around the corner. But we can table that matter for now.
Kind of like that also.
So
No,
when she
no.
hits with that final hit, because her sword, she's got the weighted sword, she starts from the top and just splits it all the way down to the floor. And just... Yeah. cuts in
So
half.
now that we know there's danger here, who wants to
But it
go
was.
upstairs with me and see if there's a corpse?
There was danger here.
Well,
Scarlett just raises her hand.
awesome. Let's go.
All right.
See, when someone asks if they want to go upstairs with me, I double check they have protection first.
I got my sword on me. I'm always
I
protected.
was just gonna say, so a dagger.
Thank you, thank you.
I am
All
the
I'm saying-
protection.
All I'm thinking of is that scene from Face Off where
Wait,
John
no!
Travolta's like, "You have protection," and she's like, "Yeah, I use condoms," and he's like, "No," and he pulls out the butterfly dagger.
No, hold on. Wait a minute. She said, I am the protection. Does that mean that she, whenever Ptolemy is trying to take someone to bed, she goes with you because she's your protection?
No, she's the cock block. She prevents it from
The same
happening at
thing.
all.
Hey, there's no contraception like knowing.
Exactly. She's a believer in abstinence only.
Now, what you need to do is you need to get a cube-shaped chicken.
A cube shape.
a
Chicken.
cock
Yeah,
block.
so you can have a cock block.
Right.
It's a six-sided.
It's a six-sided rooster.
Yep.
It's just a chicken from Minecraft. It's fine.
Yep.
Minus the
I tried
top
to-
head.
I tried to
A little
make
bit-
these things called chicken nuggets, but the people said that they looked unsettling.
What I'm hearing, Himbro, is you need to make Rooster D6.
Yes, yes. Though I will say that Try's favorite companion is a chicken he got that he put a little necktie onto. It's his hen tie.
Oh,
1 second, I'll be right back.
I'll save this for after, but slight sidetrack. I'll save it for after.
No, okay. Is it? Does
Well, I
this
mean,
now,
our
is this hen-
DM did just walk away.
Yeah.
It's
Oh,
true. Is
oh,
this
okay.
is the hentai actually a mimic that has 10 tickles?
No, the hentai is a it's a chicken made out of neckties.
Somewhere I can feel Nerdy is just cringing.
Nerdy's probably watching.
No, I'm
Oh,
pretty
yeah,
sure
I know.
I'm pretty sure
Nah,
the
she's
moment
probably
I was gonna be part of the stream, she chose not to watch it.
You and Cap together is a problem.
Oh, we need to get Kami in here too.
Yeah.
If
Well, so go ahead.
the thought that I had was, have you ever seen Jackie Chan Adventures?
Yeah, of course.
You need to make a D12 that has the different token signs on each side.
I've considered that as well. The problem is that's a whole mold on itself.
I mean, true, but it's a D12, which you should
Also-
already have a mold for.
Well, here's the thing. The way I would want to do that is I would want to have it actually where those symbols are in the die itself, like where you would ink it for numbers.
Yeah.
Which is the difficult part because you have to take a model of a blank D12 and then apply those shapes to it, print out that model, and make a new mold.
Yeah.
It's
So
not easy.
You need that. You need that to be a bestseller.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
No,
hey,
Nerdy apparently has thrown around the idea for a little bit of a story, a little bit of a mini campaign that is literally all built around puns, and it's going to be the DM's punishment, and she is literally going to pick pun-slinging gamesters.
If I'm not invited, I will be
Alrighty.
severely disappointed.
I am
Right.
only good at riffing off of other people. I can't. I would love to volunteer, but I
Yeah.
feel like I'm not up to the challenge.
So when somebody owes Gundahar money, there's this one guy named Joseph, and Gundahar goes up to him and he's like, "Where's my dough, Joe?"
Oh
Unfortunately for me, I'm
Only
not
if you're
very
listening to
punny.
dog.
That's okay. I'm not punny either. I get like one every like 4 to 6 months. So
Mhm. 4 to 6 business months.
yeah.
Usually I have to set up my own puns.
They're season. Yeah, right. They're seasonal. You get one. You get one in the winter, one in the summer. one in- Oh,
My
always
sense
set
of
up my
humor
own puns.
comes from dry humor. That's about it.
I'm just feeling like people missed my best pun of the stream. We were talking about the coins under copper, the wooden nickel. I said a hay penny.
Yeah, I missed it.
Everyone did, and I'm very upset because it was my
Oh.
best pun.
Oh,
I did not hear Hey Penny ever. Goddamn.
Same. Sorry.
Alrighty. So you guys head
Alright,
up
so-
up the stairses.
Yeah.
we beat up his furniture, and his altar. We're gonna
Scarlett's
have
got
to explain
Tony
that.
under her arm like a football.
I need you to know
No,
I
no,
am
she's not.
poking with my rapier everything.
If you had
Okay.
just said I'm poking everything,
I am poking everything, including Tony. No,
okay, that's okay, but you don't poke Scarlet.
Never
Okay,
be too safe.
I'm kind of scared to poke Scarlet. I'll be honest.
you're damn right.
I'd poke Tony too, but I'm not there. And also, that would be a different session.
No,
Hey.
it is
Different encounter.
Honestly, it's the same session. It's
He
roll
did-
for initiative.
Wait, he did say that he's gonna play the stereotypical bard, and you are a dragon.
This is true.
Roll
Dragon
seduce.
D's, Dragon D's,
Nuts in your mouth.
pistachios.
I mean, it could be like a
Someone clip that.
hamster, you
Someone
know?
please clip that.
I prefer cashew. I'll cashew outside.
That's
How
right,
about
catch me
that?
outside.
My cat's name is Pistachio. Please don't drag her.
No, so Snoke, what do you call nuts that are on a wall?
I don't know. What do you call nuts that are on a wall?
Walnuts. And what do you call nuts that are on a chest?
Chestnuts.
Chestnuts.
Chestnuts. And what do you call nuts that are on a chin?
These nuts.
A dick in your mouth. Okay, let's go.
God damn it.
But what's the difference between a walnut and a chestnut?
Pearl necklace.
How long it's been?
All right. So you
hate
go
you.
around
Now,
poking out all the stuff in that you can see right now. Nothing happens.
Okay.
let's see what we got. Is a door over here.
Should
Interestingly,
be able
I
to
can
click it.
see into that room, and I'm not sure I'm supposed to be able to.
It's dimmed, so
No, I mean,
'Cause
I
I-
could see it before the door was open.
right. It wasn't actually seeing in the room; it was seeing what was passed through already.
Right. Because my token
Um,
was started in there for some reason.
I had to drag you through it because my stair stuff didn't work.
Ah, I'm sorry.
I love
I'm
how the
gonna poke
chest
up-
just says himbo right now.
I'm poking all of these too, especially the chests.
That's why it says himbo right now, because he wants to be poked.
I poke the chest that Himbo's in, and suddenly I hear a scream that sounds oddly like Trico.
Nothing happens.
Okay.
Excellent.
Was that a dagger, or are you just happy to see me?
No, it's a rapier.
At about
Oh,
6
what is it?
inches, but take an inch and
Oh.
a half off of the sides.
Have any of
I
y'all
think me-
seen The Rookie? Where they have a song called Cop Cutie?
Yes.
Yes.
Is
Baby
that a
blue
baton in your
booties.
pocket or you not see me?
Is that a baton in your pocket? Or you...
There's actually a joke I'm not going to make. There's a pun I'm not going to make here about rapier.
Why not?
Even for me, it's a little
Um,
borderline.
Alright, so
Could
I
make-
see there's a desk. Are there letters like scattered across it?
Nope, it is a very tidy desk with some stationery and an inkwell.
Does anything look like it has like writing on it, or is it all like blank pages?
Currently, it's all blank pages.
Okay.
I'm just
Out
going to
of
keep trying. I'm just going to
curiosity-
try doors. Go ahead.
Did you check the downstairs mimics?
Puddles?
Yes.
That's true. One was a chest. I feel like we probably didn't yet. And I
Didn't.
feel like we probably should because they're acidic and whatever might be near them could dissolve.
Hmm.
I mean, Scarlett would have like pushed some of the liquid around with her foot just to like see.
Okay, there was stuff in the muck.
Okay.
All right, you guys keep looking around up here. I'm going to go dig through the muck.
You look like you'd be good at that.
What did
Yeah,
Scarlett
I'm-
find in the one that she like kicked around?
It looked like there was the one downstairs that you mussed around with your foot. So basically, you found it looked like a small hide-covered notebook.
Oh.
Okay.
Now we got to find the Jekyll covered notebook.
You also find a few bronze scales
Ooh. Oh no.
and some remnants of leather clothing.
Oh, well,
Does that count as basically like toenail clippings for a dragonborn if you find just random scales?
Might, yeah.
Kinda, yeah.
It's like
Shed.
it's
More
like
like
hair.
shedded
It's like when
hair.
you look. Yeah.
Yeah. Is he a
Um.
balding dragonborn? Go ahead, sorry. I'm gonna shut up.
That's a good question though.
That's why they're
Um,
called salamanders.
She would have handed the notebook to Tony because she can't read.
Are any of you proficient with Arcana?
No.
And Snoke, with you, I'm gonna go with your bounty hunting stuff and the
Uh-huh.
stories you've heard. What you know, actually, roll me a history check.
I'm going to intimidate this book into
Oh, yeah.
revealing its.
So, what you remember from the stories is things like this typically don't happen in cities. Stuff like that happens like in sewers and abandoned towers and abandoned castles and stuff like that. Things that are kind of typically in disrepair, or from like heavy magic users, so people of power that want to guard their stuff.
Okay.
So the fact that they were in a place that in a populated city and a place that was in heavy use is kind of weird.
Place of heavy use, like your mom.
Like tries junk. Okay, done. He's like, try these nuts.
Try harder.
And Tony, you are looking at the notebook.
I'm looking at the note. It's about these two kids, right? And they started dating and they fell in love. It's
No, not that notebook.
James Patterson. I don't fucking.
Is that the
So-
one where he flies, or the kids fly or have wings?
No. Oh yeah, no.
Is that Twilight? No. That's for
No.
they just jump.
Similar
I thought
vibe,
that was about
but
Batman.
Mm.
Oh yeah, Batman.
I think you're thinking about
Anyways,
Maximum Ride or something.
that's the one. Yep.
Oh, Alex Ryder. Yeah.
No, not Alex Rider. Different one.
Oh my god.
so as you're going through this little notebook, it is notes on his investigation. Most of the missing persons had been seen using one of the carriage services before they had disappeared. He came to a dead end and couldn't determine any guilty party, and couldn't identify where they went after being dropped off at their destinations. So the Silver Seeds and another group called HSC, which he has initialed in there, were both less than forthcoming, and the drivers he were able to speak to seemed off.
Well, I got theories. That's fine. Wait, what's my intelligence? I want to know if Tony has the same theories I do. Oh, okay, he's average. So no, he probably does not.
Hey, don't
I-
overestimate yourself. I'm
He's
joking.
He's a conspiracy
what?
theorist. He might got something.
You know what? Honestly, okay, that's so. I'm gonna roll an intelligence. This isn't for the. This is to see if he would be having any of the same ideas. Nope. 7. Nope. Not with a 7. But yeah, I feel like conspiracy.
Not even
theories
with
sort of-
all of the notes that, or all of the little details that he's collected.
Roll
Well,
that advantage.
Yeah, right. Am I getting advantage for being a conspiracy theorist?
Yes.
The issue with
Ew.
conspiracy theorists is
That didn't work.
sometimes they're right.
That's the problem. So I feel like conspiracy theory replaces like his intelligence is a 10. So I feel,
Yeah.
but I feel like being a conspiracy theorist, because this Tony without the P is like, oh, okay, so the taxi service is all run by doppelgangers, and they got mimics inside the carriages, and so when the people get in the carriage, they get eaten by the mimic, and then when they show up at the place, the doppelganger looks like the person, so they get out of the carriage and they show up and I'm here I am, so that they were seen, but they're dead.
I don't know. With a 2 for that intelligence check, Tony could very well think that the mimic wrote the note.
this journal is a mimic. The mimic
All
did it.
right. So where do we go from there?
Well,
Are we assuming the mimic ate the Gundahar? Because there were you said there were brass dragon scales in the guts of the mimic, correct?
Was
Yep.
Gundahar a brass? Gundahar was a brass dragonborn.
He was, in
Yep.
fact.
So
Well, he was part of the constabulary originally, right?
No, he was just he was a former adventurer, but
Okay.
he had enough skills that they reached out to him to look into things.
Makes sense. Because if he was
I-
part of the town guard, I would have expected him to be a kappa.
I have I have this sneaking worry, and I think I need to roll an intelligence check as well, just to see whether yeah, okay, fine.
Just to see if he was assassinated because he got too close.
No,
Sounds about right.
different worry. There's a lot of mimics in this one room, and this is his home, and it looks like he was attacked by one of. I mean, there's no bodies, so we don't know for sure. But We saw a
Does
lot of
anybody have-
we've seen the whole thing we're doing here is figuring out why people are disappearing. And
So
we just found a dude that disappeared because of things that can look like other things hiding in his house.
with your 13 intelligence check, I will say that knowing that in a city like this, there are people who specialize in magic and magical things. You know enough that mimics are kind of magical type things. So if you were to take a portion of them to one of said magical experts, they might be able to provide you more info.
At the one that his intestines had the scales, and just because I'm gonna take as Tony's like, so I assume we're going back downstairs at this point. We're in the dojo. Tony is gonna, with his dagger, just walk up to one of the walls at random and stab the wall.
And the wall gets stabbed.
Okay, good. I just wanted to make sure we weren't inside of a mimic right now.
Then the floor opens up and no, I'm just kidding.
And we all die. Right, correct.
No,
The
no.
Earth has
The
been a
floor,
mimic this entire
the
time.
floor is not a mimic. However, that one plank there.
The floor is not a mimic. The floor is lava.
Yes, that too.
Every nail in the floor is a mimic.
No, no.
That is amazing.
The floor isn't a mimic. The nails aren't a mimic. However, there is a black ooze under it using the.
All right. Well, either okay. So either the building itself is not a mimic, or it's a kinky mimic that's into pain. I'm gonna stab the wall again.
I think.
And nothing happens.
I
Yeah,
think
okay, it's really into
so.
pain.
So, do either of you know how to harvest monsters?
I mean, I know how to scoop it into a bag.
I thought mimic insides were acidic.
What kind of skill check would that be? Would that be
Nature, I guess.
This is a bucket.
I would say either nature or survival.
Let's
kinda,
see,
sorta?
Yeah, survival.
nature's-
Yeah, we can go with survival.
You need some help with that?
Either one.
Yeah, no. That's a 7.
Wait. I would like to give the help action by handing Scarlett one of my daggers to assist.
Okay.
Scrape it up.
Or you say, how about you just roll it up in that big rug in front of the altar?
Yeah, man,
Oh, that's much better. That's an 18.
Yeah. You're able not to gather the whole thing, but you're able to like harvest one of the full pseudopods that come out of it.
cool.
All right.
It's
Okay.
kind of gooey. You know to stay away from the teethy areas because the teethy areas are where the acid is typically projected from.
I tend to
Can I-
also avoid using teeth.
That's true. Yeah.
I mean,
that's
sometimes
the
the little
best
teeth
part.
can be fun.
Well, it depends on how into the pain you are. Can I try to get one tooth? Because that could be fun for like a dagger.
Yeah, you can try.
I didn't. So, would that be nature or survival?
Yes. Whichever.
I'm gonna roll it a flat. Yeah, because my nature is +0. My survival is +1. So I'm just gonna roll flat. No, that's an 8. I think I I pricked myself, but I didn't.
You take 1 point of acid damage.
That's kind of what I figured.
So what are you going to do from here?
Well, okay, so we know it's connected to the cabs, probably, and the guy's dead, probably.
Well, he's missing at any rate.
We should
he's
go
missing.
tell the inspector, maybe?
So he would have
Well,
been. So that means he investigated. He found what he found. he hit his dead end. He turned in all of his material, and then he was assassinated. After
So
well, I'm sorry, assassinated. Then he died.
So what happened was he was searching and he was getting dead ends, and he told them I didn't find anything. In the process of that is basically he noticed some weird stuff continuing to happen, so he told them, hey, I'm still, I haven't found anything, in a way that would make them not send any more people.
Hmm.
And then he got eated
So
before he could do anything else.
So we're getting the sense more than that he was pretending to leave the case
Yeah.
than that he actually did. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But from his notes, it will have in there before his last entries and thoughts, basically that he provided a note to the inspector general. So
So
All
this
right.
dude found out that there were mimics, didn't tell the general, and the general.
he didn't know there were mimics. He noticed stuff that was off, that was weird, and people weren't talking.
And the cabbies
And-
specifically he tried to talk to were
Weird.
off. Yeah.
People mimics.
Excellent. Okay, so what I'm hearing is we got to burn this entire city to the ground and get the fuck out.
Listen, you're dragging this. I'm sure that you like fire, but
Yeah.
I'm actually the pyromaniac. She doesn't know
Is
that
my
word.
What is my breath weapon? Do I have a breath weapon? I don't think I have one. No, I have Draconic Cry. And Divine Fury.
Yeah, well, yeah.
So
If you were a dragon, you'd probably have a lightning one, though.
Probably. I am blue.
Yeah.
I blew the blue die.
your next steps now are what? Going back to the constable or getting more information on what you just harvested?
Yeah, did we want to get more information on the mimic? Since we have specifically we got the one that had probably eaten Guy.
Probably.
yeah.
Before we go to talk to anybody, get more information on the thing we have.
You know,
All right.
Snoke, you know anybody in town who's like good at keeping their mouth shut about stuff?
Do I? I mean, ears to the ground.
So I imagine your time in town wasn't necessarily in the Silver District. So you, as far as magic and things like that go, maybe even where you got your flask. There is a shop. Where'd it go? Oh, what's her name? I forgot it again.
Marilyn?
No.
Leah?
That's
Layla?
That's that.
Marilyn
Penelope?
Manson. Welcome to my Marilyn Mansion.
Oh, it's called
Marilyn
Enchanter's Penchant.
It's far more clever than what I did for my game.
Number 12. Right.
My players went to an
Up in
apothecary. I
the
came up with a name
artisan
called a
district.
Carrie.
That's fun. I like that. Harry Apotha?
Yeah, basically.
I like it.
So that's what Stoke knows. Snoke
Okay.
Snoke knows.
So, I guess I would head to Maryland's then, or would suggest it.
Enchanter's Penchant.
Oh yes,
Hmm.
Enchanters.
Okay. So
And from a meta perspective, it's getting us in the direction we would like to go, but we don't know
Yep. And we will pop back over and we'll we'll probably wrap up after we'll do the mayoral section and wrap up after the discussion at the magic shop. And we are back. At least we should be.
I see you. And the blue Gorgonite still. No.
Okay. Here we go. All right. We're gonna pick up with Trico and
Ari.
as they're arriving at the mayoral manor. There's guards out front, and they stop the carriage. And the driver says, "I got these two here looking to speak to the mayor." And one of them comes on over and goes, "What's your business?"
We have business directly with the mayor and the Bellmeyers, specifically, regarding the mayor's son's new fiance and the Bellmeyer's daughter, as they are the same person, obviously.
The mayor isn't seeing anyone right now. The mayor's son might be available. You're welcome to come in and wait, and we will pass along the word.
Do make sure that they are informed it is urgent and it is pertinent information about the Bellmeyer's daughter.
We will. Do they know you?
No, but I am someone with information, and that is the most important thing.
Well, I see. All right. Feel free to come on in, and we will pass on the word. And he lets the carriage drop you off inside. That particular guard heads on to the manor while two others come out, take their places, and the ones left there to escort you inside. It's not like a palace or anything, but it's a pretty large manor, and it's well kept gardens and a nice paved pavilion with very well ornately placed bricks.
I'll
in,
say I am quite happy with the
circular
manner of
spiral
this manor.
fashions. And the guard waits with you while they wait to pass on the word. You see the other guard head when you're all in the foyer. He heads up the stairs, and it looks like perhaps a butler or somebody of that sort. They stop and talk a little bit. He looks back. They both look back at you, and you see the butler. He doesn't really give much of a indication that any of the news really affected him or that he was really making a decision either way. But he comes on down to talk to you. The guard comes down as well, and the two escorts kind of just step outside and wait at the front door. And their butler kind of looks at you and uh are they is the mayor expecting you?
No, but that's probably for the best. We have very pertinent information, very important information that must not be spread around as rumors, and that is why we are searching. We are trying to speak directly with the mayor, the Bellmeyers, and preferably the mayor's son as well.
I see. Well, they are quite busy right now.
I assure
The,
you,
the
if they've
mayor
been
uh, has given us no uncertain terms are they to be interrupted or disturbed. Uh, Roll me a persuasion check.
I actually can't roll below a 10, so that's actually a 17.
Okay. As a right about where he was going to turn you away, he stops. I can inquire of the mayor. However, his son is not indisposed at the moment, so you may speak with him while I go inquire of the mayor to see what he
I,
is,
I
what his
promise,
disposition is.
if you do inform him that we have information regarding that matter, as I said, he will make time.
Um, do you have any credentials or
The
anything
best
that I might be able to pass on to them if you are that intent on speaking to
the
him?
best I can provide to you is this, and I hand over the coin from the constabulary.
And you see both of his brows raise. That took him off guard. I and he handed this directly to you.
Indeed. Me and my compatriots each.
I will take you to the mayor's son for the time being, and I will pass on all of this information to the mayor himself. Follow me. And he leads you down one of the foyers. It looks exact like you would imagine. Finely inlaid floors, um, artist art and tapestries on the walls, a um, couple of suits of armor.
Velvet carpet.
Um, no, no
Okay.
velvet carpet. And at end of one of the halls, there's a man with there's a portrait. Um, let's see. He he has shortly shorn, well kempt blonde hair, and and striking blue eyes. He's if the proportions on the painting are accurate, he's standing next to a horse. He's the high end of 5 foot, uh, just below 6 foot, somewhere around there, from a common, compared to a common horse.
I thought you were about to say five on the high end of 5'1". I'm like, Napoleon Dynamite.
Yes, no. He's broad shouldered. Uh, he looks like a strong fellow. Um, the butler opens the door, and leads you inside. He goes, uh, young sir, we have some individuals from the Inspector General here to speak to you. And you hear from inside, he's like, ugh, did he send more of his goons to come complain to me about the noise? I told him it's out in that area for a reason. It's an unoccupied building for the party. It's not my fault sound carries. No, no, sir. They are not constables. He glances back to the two of you.
Not exactly.
They are not constables. He goes, all right, bring him in. And he steps aside to let you two in before closing the door behind you. Inside the room, you see a taller, more slender young man, blonde hair, not not shortly clipped. It's longer, probably shoulders or so. And he's got gray eyes. He's very well dressed, and He's sitting on a desk in the room, looking over some papers and notes and things like that. He's making notations on the lists.
Good evening.
This would be Sirik Araldvar, mayor's son. And he basically glances up and goes, yes, come in, come in.
Good evening. My name is Trakotos Kolos. I am here on behalf of the Inspector General. We
I thought you weren't constables.
we're not. More of
Okay.
more of individuals who have taken on a prospect. We have the skills necessary to be applied to a very specific inquiry.
I see.
How I'm sure you are not unaware of a recent misgivings with your fiance.
Glances up and goes, well, I'm quite aware. We are to be married.
Yes, and that is joyous news. 'Tis the trepidatious nature of that which is the current state of matters that is the concern.
Have you found something?
Not quite. It is it is the fact of all information that has been gathered so far is lacking certain details that would pin everything together, and I was hoping we could gather those few details we need from you and from her parents directly. No third parties twisting the word of truth.
I'm not sure what more I can say. Last I saw her, we had stepped out of the party. She was a little lightheaded. She imbibed a little much. Um, some of the spirits were a little strong for her taste. Um, Other than that, I saw her to a carriage, and she went on, presumably to her room at the inn, at the Silver Billet.
Was there anything strange about the nature of how she was acting aside from imbibing alcohol? Was perhaps what were her last words to you at that night? Did she seem apprehensive? Did she seem like she wished to leave altogether? Or was there anything unnatural about the night around you? Not just that instant, but say the party or the carriage or the weather. Any
Um,
small detail is far more impactful than you know.
No, other than she drank a lot that night and she danced a lot. Uh, Exhaustion combined with alcohol can do a number on a person, especially if they don't normally drink like that.
That is very
Um,
true.
I'm
Um,
just glad that those imbeciles at Corin's Couriers wasn't there to jostle her about so furiously as they had previously.
how so?
Uh, one of my previous parties, um, some of my friends had an issue with them, and they said they took all the poorest roads, the roads that were in disrepair, and they their their um their drivers got a little irate with them after they made a bit of a mess inside the carriage.
Yes.
So they were disinvited from all of future parties until further notice. So we only deal with the Silver Steeds and HSC currently. The
Um,
Silver Steeds are
Understandable.
of appropriate status, and
Of course, we use them ourselves.
HSC are involved with the Merchants Guild directly. They're kind of an offshoot company of them. Theirs.
Yes. Yet again, we run back into these circles of many details and no connecting dots. Nothing that directly can say one way or the other. You sure there's not a single thing, not even a feeling that something was off?
I mean, not that I recall. This whole time he's talking to you. He's going back and forth between his notes and stuff like that.
Can I make an insight check on, like, on whether or not he seems to care about the conversation? Like I want insight
You can
onto his attitude towards his fiance being missing and us looking into it.
you can.
Never mind. That is an 8. You were complaining about my dice rolls earlier.
Yep. I guess you used them all up. It looks to you like he's planning another party. He doesn't look as concerned at her being missing for some reason. And that's what you're able to tell. He's obviously dismissive of all your questions. I don't know if it's how you guys are dressed or something of that nature.
Well, I am wearing my fine clothes, so I hope it's not that.
No.
But very well, that if there truly is nothing that you can think of that night, then I suppose we'll have to speak with her parents and see if there's anything that she wasn't telling you that could lead to the matter at hand. Perhaps she
Honestly,
truly
she's
was unhappy.
probably just worked up and she wanted to blow off some steam. We're about to get married, and there's a lot that goes along with marrying in into a status like this, joining families like this. It's stressful. She probably is
Oh. Oh,
off
you don't
doing her
actually
own thing.
know. My apologies, sir. I was under the impression that you were aware of the situation, but it seems that you were just as clueless as the rest of this town.
What do you what do you mean?
She's not the only one to have suddenly and miraculously stopped showing up to where she belongs.
Oh, come on. I've heard a bunch of the commoners' rumors.
And I have been around long enough to know that some aren't just rumors. There are those who disappear because they wish to not be found, yes. And there are those whose families have no reason for them to be gone.
There's always a reason. They just may not have told their families. You can tell he's becoming very disinterested in the conversation.
I promise you, the reason we are looking into this is nothing about making sure that she's ready to be married to you, and it's more about preventing those that are not supposed to be missing from doing so. I really could care less about those of the lower class going missing, obviously. The droll who wander the streets are just the same as everyone else, and if they go missing, it is likely because they choose to leave the town. But she is not just any droll, and that is what has piqued the interest of many around who are trying to be on your side.
Do you understand the stresses that come with being a part of a family such as mine and such as hers? I don't I don't think you quite understand.
I
I've
do
gone off myself to blow off steam.
I have been the outlet for many of that steam, so I do understand what many have gone through. While I myself do not have to worry about such privilege, I have been a company to many who have. And I can
He
say that
kind
this
of
does not
scoffs
sound the
at that.
same.
Um, he scoffs at that a bit and just kind of shakes his head. He's like, "Will that be all? I have another event. Um, I'm sure she'll show up by the end of this. Uh, and I have another event for her and mine attendance in the next few days. So
And what will you do if and when she doesn't show up? If she does show up, by all means, that is wonderful. Consider all previous statements conspiracy theory and merely just the overly cautious nature of those wishing to keep the city in its pristine condition. But if she
I
doesn't,
guess
then what?
I guess instead of that, it will just be awake."
Quite the dreadful attitude towards the matter. Nonetheless, I still do have need to speak with her parents, so hopefully they have gotten my message and are making time.
She is not a helpless damsel by any means,
Which makes this all the more concerning.
or it just makes it all the more or likely that she's off relieving stress. I'm sure. And he calls or he pulls a rope on the other side of his desk, and you hear a bell chime. And the butler opens the door. He's like, "Oh yes, is there something you needed?" "Oh, um, the mayor is busy, but the Bellmeyers have said they will speak to you. I have placed them in a sitting room, and they are waiting. You don't have much time with them. They they are upset currently."
I can understand why. We Please show us the way. We also do not have much time. The longer we patter on, the longer issues take to be resolved.
And he moves aside to lead you out and closes the door behind you guys. I told you weren't gonna like him. Um, and he leads you down the hall to a sitting room. It's a room. It's got
Don't mind me, I'm just looking through my spells to see what I could do to possibly have made that interaction
Oh,
more entertaining and probably less good for us staying in the city. No, I can't
Yeah.
cast that. Can't cast that. These are all non-damaging spells. Dang it.
The sitting
it's fine. If
room.
Scarlett had been there, she would have strangled him.
I
I'm
can
realizing
imagine.
that I actually don't have a single combat spell other than vicious mockery and dissonant whispers. Everything else is like a non-combat spell.
I have a bard that killed 6 out of his 7 kills were vicious mockery and dissonant whispers.
That's good
I
stuff.
mean, they are good.
Hmm.
Most like, I'm pretty sure nothing has resistance to psychic damage. Anyways.
The room, it's finely furnished. Chairs, couches. In the room is where'd it go? So, a human man. He is slender, well dressed. Um, he's not super fancily dressed. It's just fine clothing, well made, and he's got a glass in his hand filled with a a middling brown liquid, and he's pacing. Sitting in a chair, wringing her hands, is a half elf woman. Again, she's in a kind of a it's well made, but it's obviously made for comfort. And she's just kind of sitting back in a chair by herself, and her hands just wringing her fingers back and forth. And the butler goes, "I will be right outside. Should anything be needed, or if you find the conversation to be over with abruptly, let me know." And the man kind of glances over to him and gives a nod. The door shuts behind you both.
Good evening. My name is Drakatis Kolos. I am here on me and my compatriot here, Ari, are here on behalf of the Inspector General. We are not...
Have you found any word?
Not quite. We have a lot of information, a lot of details, and missing certain key details that would string things together. Without those last few leads, everything is just a mess of information with no answer. It seems that the Inspector General overstressed himself too much and has been unable to is unable to put those pieces together himself, and has called upon us to take it on for him. As I'm saying that, I would like to use unsettling words. So, as a bonus action, I can expend one use of my Bardic Inspiration to choose one creature I see within 60 feet of me and roll my Bardic Inspiration die. That creature must subtract that number rolled from their next saving throw it makes before the start of my next turn. And I would like to end up doing that twice to target both of them,
Okay.
if possible.
They are not really paying attention to you a whole lot. So give me a sleight of hand check.
It's not somatic. It's not somatic. It is simply verbal.
Roll a sleight of hand check to see if it's not for hand, it's for speaking, I guess.
Sleight of tongue. I can do that.
Yeah. Blah, 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 blah.
La la la.
13.
Oh, he has a lot of practice with that. It's fine.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that.
Did you want
that'll
one or
do.
two?
Do two. One for each.
That one was a lot lower.
Well, it wasn't a very high DC.
Fair.
They are very, as you can imagine, upset. What details are you missing?
Hang on one sec. I need to actually roll that die.
Gotcha.
But I accidentally reduced my charges down to 0 without actually using the ability.
Oops.
So it is a D8. Okay. So both of them are going to subtract 8 from their next saving throw.
Okay.
But yes. So that's just security measure. So From all we have gathered is information on those around the town who have also gone missing, trying to gather information that might connect the two instances, whether this be a singular situation or a copycat trying to mimic that which has happened to the lower class. You know how it can be, those who think they can get away with copying someone else's misdeeds and biting off more than they can chew. Simply put, there are things that don't add up, such as the instant in where your daughter disappeared. We are getting, we're not getting quite what we believe to be accurate explanations on her emotions regarding the party she was attending, the engagement as a whole, what her thoughts might be on the matter. And we are not assuming that she's merely running away because this is a lot of stress. We are simply thinking that that might be a factor in why she might have been targeted, if this is a foul party.
I see. Um, well, she was dropped off at the inn after the party. Several individuals that were there that evening said they saw her walk in and
So she
head up
did
the
make it there
stairs.
safely.
As far as we know, but she her bed was unmade. Or sorry, not unmade. Her bed was unslept in. When we went to check, because we thought we checked on her in the afternoon. The maids had not been there to clean anything yet, and her bed was unmade.
Do you have any idea as to what the time frame would be between when accounts of her arriving and when you had gone to check on her would be?
Uh, roughly, by all accounts, it was around midnight ish when they said they saw her in the room. Um, or when they saw her enter, and we went to check on her at just before lunch.
So nearly an entire half a day had passed. A lot can happen in that time. More likely than not, if her bed was untouched and the maids had not gone in there, then then whatever had happened very shortly after she accounts of her arriving were there. That is information we were not pertinent to. That was information left
Nobody
out.
nobody saw her leave again.
It does not matter if anybody accounts of having seen her leave. People lie, and there's nothing saying that a inn as sophisticated as the Silver Billets doesn't have additional ways for people to come and go.
Are you saying she was kidnapped?
Not necessarily. There
You say
are
we've
a number of
seen
options.
no ransom.
Well, there are a number of options. One could very well be kidnapped. One could as well be the idea of her simply being overstressed from the engagement and running away on her own. Unfortunately, though, this would be very poor timing for that, given other incidences that have been happening around. That being said, I'm concerned with the matter of you you two having your personal items forwarded here to the mansion. What has led you to choose to stay at the mansion as opposed to the Silver Billet?
There's more guards here.
So you do believe there's foul play at hand.
It put my wife at ease. I wanted to stay there because if she had gone and to blow off steam like you had mentioned that you're not assuming that, but if she had gone to blow off steam, she would come back there. But we figured it would be a day
One would
at
assume
most.
and hope.
But to ease my wife's nerves, we came here. She felt more secure here.
Can I roll an insight on how both of them are reacting? Like, is he getting angry? Is he staying calm with with the way he's conversing? Are they just too upset?
Yeah, you can go ahead. Roll an insight check.
Average 10.
So, what you gather is his wife is very distraught. She is barely like when he gives answers, she nods as to their accuracy. Um, but she doesn't speak. Her lips are kind of pressed tight, is pretty much as tightly as she's wringing her fingers. Um, and is he teeters between confusion and anger. Um,
All right. To get
yeah.
as much information across as I need, I'm saying this out loud to them. To get as much information across as I need, I cannot have emotions play into our thought process. Everything must be analytical. So I do apologize, but I must take proactive measures to make sure we stay analytical. And I'm going to cast Calm Emotions.
Correct. And that
It,
was what, a
the,
15 save, and then
it
what? 8.
is a 15 charisma save, and it is a 20-foot sphere. So I'm going to try to encompass both of them into it.
Gotcha.
And yeah, it's -8.
Cool. Let's see. -8 on a natural 20.
Is 12 plus their charisma modifier. So as long as they don't
Yeah,
have a higher than a 3,
it's
or I
not
guess
higher than a 3.
Yeah.
So that's 12. That is 15 for one. I'll do a separate one for the other.
So damn, they do save on
And
that one.
the mother fails her save.
Okay.
And you can see her relax. Her hands go to rest in her lap some, and she just kind of runs her thumb over her fingers now. She's not, tightly wringing her hands. You can see her face relax.
I'm specifically going to suppress any effects of frightened, if there are any.
Okay. She's not scared of you.
It doesn't have to be of me. It is in general.
It's not really fear that's bugging her. It's more sorrow, but you see that lighten as the spell takes hold.
We are currently on the search for all information regarding this situation. It is not simply me and my compatriot beside me. We have 3 more members who are searching outside of this area. Specifically, they have currently gone to search at at a previous adventurer who had been taking on the task of investigating everything to gather any information there that's been left out of our provided information. Anything that we can gather is pertinent regardless of the situation, and we will make sure that there is an end result, whether that is the best case scenario or the worst case scenario. There will be a result. So if there is anything that you can think of, if her hair was a mess, if the carriage she rode in was driven by a different person that day, if the person checking you in and out wasn't Leia or Leia, how do you pronounce it again? Sorry.
Who?
The owner of the Silver Billet.
Oh, Kaya.
Taya. Sorry, I flipped the first letters of her first and
Yep.
last name. Taya. If the
Um,
person checking you in and out wasn't Taya for whatever reason, even if the air smelled a little musty that day, it matters.
Honestly, what I've given you, this is the husband speaking, is all that I can recall. And he looks at his wife, and she's like, honestly, I I'm I've been going over everything constantly. We left the party earlier than they did. And beyond that, the people we talk to are the people we talk to every time we're here. We even um,
In that case, I will give you a warning. Take it with a grain of salt. Call it a conspiracy theorist paranoia. But I would not trust Cyric.
what?
We just got done speaking with him, and the way the word I play with words and information. I know how to run one's mouth. The words he chose and the way he spoke was not one I would trust. Believe me when I
No,
say that he does not seem to be concerned as we all are.
I appreciate your concern. I've known the boy for a long time, and he has much to learn in how to interact with people. He gets focused on his own wants.
I've heard rumors. I've also heard that he is not one to keep a tight lip when necessary, which is why I say yet again
Yes.
to be wary.
We are aware of his loose lips when it comes to having imbibed alcohol overly much. We've been present for such events. It's
I have not, though I had attempted a few times in my day. But I will say the one thing of concern the most at the moment resides on his attitude towards your daughter's disappearance, and if it is not just a conspiracy and that that foul play is at hand, he does not seem to be upset. Take that as you will. I will not repeat his exact words, but do take it with a grain of salt. But do know
how
I do
long
not
does calm
lie.
emotions last for?
1 minute.
All right, so this is about when the mother gets up and walks out, um, with a purpose. Um, and the butler kind of pokes his head in. He's like, "Is everything okay?"
I believe we are just finishing now. We've gotten as much information as can be, and I hope that the knowledge that we are taking this case seriously is enough to help calm some emotions.
I see. If that will be all, I'll escort you to the front door, please. Mhm.
Right.
Um,
Yeah. That
was there anything else?
no, what I was expecting to take 2 days took 1 day, so I'd probably head back to the consular constable's place to begin with.
Okay.
I'm not gonna pronounce that word.
Yeah.
And who knows, maybe
Um,
we'll run into people along the way.
okay. So you guys head out. Um, and they let you out, with no real issues. As you're exiting the foyer, or as you're getting ready to walk out the very front doors, you hear a loud. It echoes through the halls, and then you hear
Oh,
yelling as the door slams. Uh, and then
oh, I just mumble under my breath. Good for you.
Get him!
The butler
Get him,
jumps
get
at the
him.
sound and he looks back. His eyes go wide. He goes, "Ah, uh, ah, I'll. You
I
have a
mumbled
fine
just
day."
loud
And
enough for him to hear
he heads
too.
off.
Good for you.
He scurries off with a quickness.
Oh, did he
Yeah.
want to slap too, or?
I mean, he might.
Get in line!
Wow, that's true. That's true.
So you were heading back to the central garrison?
Yes.
Okay. And the other three of you,
Yeah.
were you
So
heading
now-
there or were you heading straight to the magic shop?
I think we were going right to the magic shop, right?
Okay.
Well, technically, oh no, never mind. I was looking at number 1, not number 5. Never mind.
Now, Scarlett, look, we're gonna get more churros, but we gotta take care of the mimic thing first. And you don't want to eat churros with mimic slime on your hand, because that's disgusting.
Aw.
Yeah, well, I know, No, trust me, the mimic slime is not as good as the drizzly sauce. It's a totally like there are some people that like mimic slime, but that's like a very acquired. It's very spicy. It's very acidic. It's like salt and vinegar chips.
Dried mimic chips.
Yeah, there's totally a place that uses the acidic. It's like with the black dragon. The black dragon has the acid thing too, so you use it like this dip.
Mimic comfy.
Ridiculous.
All
Use
right.
what you got.
So we will take you here.
Okay.
Do we want to
okay.
put this as the cutoff of this episode and start up?
Right after this, because that will
Okay.
lead into New Day stuff.
Mimic
perfect.
marmalade.
Mimic
Yes,
Marmalade.
marmalade.
Yes, it's what is it? Pepper jelly.
Mhm.
Kinda, yeah.
It's almost a compote.
It's
Yeah.
the mimic's acid mixed with a gelatinous cube.
Ooh.
Yes.
Is that just like is that a pepper jelly shot? A pepper jelly jello shot? What I'm hearing is we've created an entire new like culinary.
Well,
avenue
Oh,
here.
there's a whole show. There's an anime called Delicious in Dungeon.
Yeah.
Which,
And
if
it's
you
Yep.
all
haven't
about
seen it,
eating your way through a dungeon.
That's amazing.
It's really
Well, we already
good.
have
So-
abyssal chicken wings, which are you have to roll a con save every bite or every wing at least.
So what? No, you take the mimic goo, the gelatinous cube, and a black pudding, and now you have gelato.
Amazing.
Oh my goodness.
I'm just gonna walk straight into the door. Oh wait, I didn't open the door. Oh.
Dungeon parfait.
So you arrive. The sign out front, as you might guess, says Enchanter's Penchant, and got a nice little stylized one, and kind of what would be the flow of magic flowing to make the words. And if you sit there a moment and look, it will do that, and then the sign goes blank, and then the wand does it again, and the letters come back over and over again.
Welcome
do
to
like a good word.
Target.
I do like good wordplay. All right, so
So-
like what is the objective of this encounter? We just wanted to find out information about like the magical nature of the mimics. Why
Yeah.
there are so many potentially.
kind of.
They're out of place.
Like, hey, we found this. What do you know?
We found these
We
new
found
urban
this-
mimics. I don't know what's going on here.
We found this in a dojo. There were 3.
This one ate
So-
somebody. I think. We
Let's
think.
see.
We don't actually know. Can you tell us if this one ate somebody? Can you do identify on this and see if there's somebody else's blood in there? Is this like CSI?
You sound like Carl from
What is that?
Hunger Force, and I love that.
See, CSI. It is clairvoyant speculation and investigation. That's
So?
very. I need to workshop that.
As you walk
Cleric.
So does CSI.
Um,
They didn't last very long.
in,
Clerical, sorcery, and yes, God, it was all there.
you see a young man out in the
Would you say
the
it was a
showroom,
clerical error?
basically, and he's walking around. He's got cheek length, blonde hair, green eyes. He's 5'3". He looks early teens, but he's cleaning stuff and looks like perhaps an apprentice or an assistant.
Excellent.
And as soon as people walk through, he turns. He's like, "Oh, welcome to the Enchanter's Penchant. Are you looking for anything specific?"
Am I the only one that walked in? We all walked in together, right?
We all walked in, yeah.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
Am I the? Wait a second. Am I the face?
Yes.
This is a bad plan.
Yes, you
Wait,
are.
Bad.
I don't know. I think we're all. I think you and I and Trico are
Tri.
all
It's
faces,
Trico.
just in
but
very
It's-
very different situations.
It's do or do not. There is no try.
Right.
No, it's
This
do
is
and
my
do not.
vocabulary.
And do not do as often as you can.
No, you're do
There
and
is
he's do
no
not.
do. There is only do not.
There is only do and do again. And
There's
do
only
a little
do-loo.
more. I think we're just looking for information, right?
Yeah.
Scarlett's standing behind Tony, just with like a box or whatever it is that they have the like
I mean,
mimic
does she
in.
have
Stuff
like
in.
the rolled up? She has the rolled up carpet over her shoulder. Like, no, we put it in a
He
box.
looks around,
She grabbed one of the chests from upstairs.
What's
Oh,
in
there you
the
go.
box?
and she's just hauling it. Those were
Yeah.
big chests. The
It's
mimic
dripping.
that ate
It's
it.
a big
yeah, it's
mimic.
just
One of them was a
bleh.
freaking table.
It's true. It was an
Uh,
altar.
You're looking for information on what? How?
Mimics.
Oh. Well, mimics are typically creations made by specific wizards to guard their things. Wizards are very touchy about letting people at their stuff. So they make these things to guard them. Libraries, magical items, all kinds of stuff like that.
Okay.
How about a
anything
particular
else?
mimic?
Oh.
Just put the box down. This was a mimic, or it's what's
He
left
steps
of a
back.
Dunk, or does
and
it
he-
go kasplat?
mimic.
Well,
This is
it's-
about
it's an-
83. This is about 83% of a mimic.
Puts it down and you hear the swishing in the box.
He looks at the box a bit and he takes his broom and he gives it a couple pokes and he jumps back.
Scarlett
we
just
did that
opens
already.
the lid of the chest.
You see, the kid's pretty short. He's 5'3", so it's on the table. So he peeks up over and goes, "Oh." He looks sick.
Yeah, no.
I'm gonna go. I'll be right back. And he
Yeah.
runs off.
The more you smell
runs
them, the
off.
more they burn your sense of smell out of your nose. By the time you're doing the thing, you won't even notice.
And you hear some talking and some dry heaving muffled behind the curtain that's right there. And you hear just you hear some comforting words before a lady comes out.
That's all
And
the guts and stuff, all the liquids left over from the mimic, right?
she got
Yep.
Most-
a bunch of stuff.
What color
Some
is it?
of
Um,
it, yeah.
I hope it's pink.
Huh? It's kind of grayish,
Yes.
mottled brown. There's not much pink of anything in there. So out walks a half elf woman. She's got waist length brown hair, and her eyes are golden colored. She's pretty slender, and she's only like 4 inches taller than the boy. And she's like, "Ah, yes, I'm Navara. I'm the owner of the Enchanter's Penchant. How can I help you?" And my apprentice said something about gross stuff in a box.
Yeah. This. It was a mimic.
It was.
One of
It still
one of
is, but it
three.
was too.
Well,
Where did you find it? And
uh,
how long has
uh,
it been in that box? Because if you hauled it from somewhere far away, that's probably rank.
well, it's
Not
rank
to
either
say
way.
dead mimics are. I mean, that's fair.
Live mimics aren't even that nice. It was like 3 blocks the other way, or well, whatever.
yeah,
It was a couple miles.
I had a couple in my basement.
Oh, the living ones?
Yes.
Yeah, they're
They
good
don't
for
do their
cleaning up
job very well
Oh.
if they're dead.
These ones did, apparently.
Oh, yeah, no,
maybe.
This one. Oh my god, this one was called Roomba.
Oh, you named it? Are you trying to? I can't resurrect these.
No, not this one. This one hurt my
Kind of like
friends.
one
This-
use. Oh,
It's at this point that it's at this point that Snoke is gonna step forward and just be like, okay, before this gets too far out of hand.
Guys, we didn't talk about who the face was. You just let me start talking. That was on you.
It was on me, and you're right, and I take full responsibility for it, like I am right now. Hold on a moment.
as you
this
walk-
half elf
as you
woman,
walk-
she's got big round spectacles, like owly type spectacles, and she pushes them up closely, and she's looking between the two of you as you go back and forth.
As you walk,
Ma'am.
as you walk past,
You-
who the hell am I? I forgot who I was. Tony. As you walk past Tony, he reaches up to slap you on the ass to like tag you in.
Snoke jumps a little bit as Impact is made, just like stops, takes a deep breath, just
Try. I feel a disturbance in the force.
hunting a small lizard across the room would be impolite. Anyways,
Yeah, because the Goliath would kill you if he didn't first.
worth it. Ma'am, I am very sorry for the circus we've brought in here. We have
I've
some
seen
questions.
worse. Adventurers like you, that they come in a wide range.
Believe me, I know. I've had to hunt down a few. Listen, this thing, this mimic, how much would you be able to tell us about it specifically? I'm not well versed in the magical arts and the hoodoo voodoo, but
I can tell quite a bit.
Voodoo?
like, could you tell us who made it?
Potentially.
Okay.
I don't know if you know this or not, but even with common, like cantrip level spells, every wizard does things a little bit different, and there's sort of a signature as part of their spells. They're very proprietary, very persnickety folks, quite
Okay.
often. So part of what I can do for enchanted items and constructs and things of that nature with the right spell, I can decipher that a little bit, kind of pull things apart.
Got it.
She can divine the arcane serial number. On the-
Guys, she's a mimic whisperer.
And did I
gotta
hear
speak
you
with Dead Note.
correctly? There were 3 of these?
Yeah, within about 20 feet of one another.
Where?
down the street.
I'm going
At
to
the
be.
dojo.
I'm. Oh.
Dojo?
I love the fact that Tony and Snoke are both like, how much information do we give to at the dojo? Never mind.
Scarlett's like, I'm just trying to be
she holds a finger up, and she walks over, and she closes the doors behind you, and she
Closes
flips
the
a
doors.
sign, and she
Comes back to
motions,
Scarlett.
and
She
bring
comes back to
that, bring that back
name is-
here.
Her name is
Okay.
Scarlett. Jesus, what do you mean that? Oh, the box.
No, the
Sorry.
box.
Yeah. Right. Okay. Good.
Wait, I thought we brought the
Please
altar.
tell me Scarlett was just thinking that Snoke and Tony just couldn't remember the name for the dojo.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's exactly what she was thinking.
I love
It's called
that.
a dojo.
The lady comes back and fully ignores Snoke and Tony and just talks to Scarlett. She's like, I'm not dealing with these morons.
Are you coming?
No, not yet. Treat goes not yet.
That's a different kind of magic.
Scarlett grabs the box, the chest.
I'll follow along.
Look, I'll be honest. I had a few questions, but yeah, the first one is maybe who made this, and also would they be able to replicate or reproduce on their own, or would someone have had to make all three of them?
To be honest, I have never heard of mimics replicating on their own. Typically, they are generated. But
So-
when the chest is out there, she just reaches in and she grabs out hunks of mimic flesh onto the table, just slurps it onto the table. And she
Oh, now
pushes
I'm
up
coming.
her
This seems like-
sleeves.
Slurp.
Now-
Oh god.
Wait,
Oh,
now
look, the
I'm
elbow,
gonna-
damn.
Now
I'm gonna
coming. Now,
I'm
now
gonna
you got me.
I'm turning to Tony and looking down. And I'm just like,
This seems like a good spot to apply Bobby's razor.
That's correct.
She pushes up her cloak sleeves. And she gives her shoulders a little bit of a roll as it just kind of, after it kind of wetly impacts the table
Mhm.
there.
That was a moist one.
Yeah, she reaches inside of her cloak and pulls out an item. It looks like a pendant of sorts, and you see a sheen go across her glasses. And as she's holding her hands, she's kind of almost looks like if you've ever seen somebody sew something, that in reverse. And as she does that,
So she's
circles.
talking. You rip it.
As that happens, you see, I would say almost patternized sigils that are overlaid in circles and other geometric shapes. It is mind-boggling. It's hard to keep anything straight because it's coming very quickly, and as she's moving her hands, you see her brow furrow. She goes, "Huh," and she looks a little more closely as it kind of unravels a little more, and she goes, "Huh," and her brow furrows more.
Are these good huhs or bad huhs?
They're not good.
And she's like, holds up a finger, just
That's got a lot of
and-
goo on it.
yeah, it's been fully slurped.
That's
No, she's actually pointing at the ceiling. You gotta look up.
And she, one last, huh. And as she stops, all of the symbols and geometric shapes, they collapse in on themselves. And the sheen leaves her glasses. But her furrowed brow does not leave.
So, Doc.
And she
what's
stares at the
the
table.
diagnosis?
So you know how I said there's signatures in magic? With enchanted things and constructs?
Yeah, huh?
This had no signature. I have never seen this before.
That's
And
not a
if
great
it was
sign.
from the Feywild specifically, it would have a very organic flow, less geometric, a little more wiggly.
Life
Wibbly wobbly.
finds a way.
Life,
I
it finds a way.
and you said there were 3 of these. You sure there were only 3?
No, I mean I
Well,
stabbed the building.
We
It didn't
stabbed a
react.
bunch of things while we were in there after the first 3 attacked, and nothing jumped out at us. So, unless they're more intelligent than your average rat, no,
Are they all dead?
presumably.
She looks up and goes, Theo, head to the Dragonborn's dojo and get the rest of them. Thank you. And he kind of looks at the table and goes, yeah, yeah, yes, master. And
It's a good
he heads out.
it's a good experience to go through. It'll get you through it. You got to go over that hump first. So
It's like changing a septic tank.
yeah. What you're
Should we
saying is-
go with him to make sure that there aren't any others?
Well, I actually have a question for this woman before we do that. But I agree that is something we should do.
Yeah.
Scarlett's gonna run after the boy and be like, "Wait a minute! Just wait a
I'll be
minute."
fine. I'll be fine. And he goes to one of the display stands out front. He's like, I got this. This'll work just fine.
It's a
And he
shotgun,
heads
right?
out the front doors.
Shotgun.
Use a wand of some sort.
Okay.
It was a wand of
A
shotgun.
double barrel wand.
So, Snoke is gonna turn to the lady, just like, I have some theories about what's going on. I'm sure that you've got busy work that and you want to figure out what the hell. I have a question that might come of some use, assuming that I'm right, and I really hope I'm not.
Quick question for you is, who have you told about this?
You.
You and him
Nobody
and the
else?
kid that just ran outside.
Okay,
trust
just people
him,
from the
or
shop.
should I go?
Yes.
Should I go?
No,
kill him?
no, he's
Okay.
fine. Also,
Okay.
what would it take for you not to tell anybody about this?
See, the
That
funny question is, I was
depends.
gonna ask you the same thing.
I actually
You-
have a proposal for you on that.
She leans on the table. Her arms are crossed right over the mess. Like,
Ooh,
Ah, yes.
look,
squish.
lady,
Careful,
this
boy.
is a weird way
This-
for you to propose, but I accept.
listen, I have done weirder things in my life. However,
You
do
intrigue
you
me.
understand the potential research possibilities for something of this nature?
I understand the potential dangers.
Well, that,
Come up, up.
but this could advance magical constructs and things of that nature, aberrations and things like that. It could advance our knowledge beyond what you really could understand.
I'm sure the first wizard to come up with the fireball said the same thing, and look where it got us.
Yeah. Oh wait, I hope he didn't take that wand of fireball. Anyways,
Oh, no.
anyways, what were your questions? She looks very unconcerned.
I'm all right.
Her eyes are wide, like she is eager about this.
I have a very sinking suspicion because when things like this happen, somehow, even though they already sound bad, they somehow get worse. So I figure I'll head it off at the pass. You said that these things are usually made. They're magical constructs for the most part.
Pretty much.
And
I mean, they can general shapes and stuff like that. Some of the
Sure.
more advanced ones can turn into multiple different shapes. Some of them can be locked into a single shape, like, say, a door.
right. In my time hunting down adventurers, helping adventurers, killing adventurers, the whole gamut. I've heard a few things.
As one does.
It,
Yes.
A lot of them spoke about how important it is when going out wandering to have someone who can detect the more magical things in the world, because it's easy to see a tripwire, but it's not so easy to see a glyph of warding on a door before you open.
Yes.
You wouldn't
Yes.
happen to be able to I don't know, come up with some way for us to detect these things, would you?
I've heard of similar items. A spectacle. Uh, one such item, a spectacle that can um, detect magic, if you will.
Okay.
Things like that. It should be able to be done.
Really wish Try was there because I could just cast that.
If you could come up with some way for us to walk to like a metal detector, some
A
some
mimic detector?
a mimic detector of some variety, then we'd keep quiet about it. Because I have this awful premonition in my mind that you just told us we have a mimic that somehow made itself.
Well, I wouldn't say made itself. It probably bumped uglies. As you can see, it's very ugly.
Yes, and there were 3 of them in
See-
that building.
Well,
I
did
am
we kill mommy, daddy, and or was that
Yeah.
a throuple?
And Goldilocks herself.
What I'm worried about is that they may not be the only ones.
In the dojo or in the city?
Yes.
Wait, I thought you said you killed all of them in the dojo. Did you not kill them? Did I just lose an apprentice?
We don't have the item to detect them yet. We didn't get attacked by anything except for those 3. But I didn't check every floorboard.
I stabbed the house.
It's typically
I stabbed the
not
dojo.
individual floorboards. It might be
You know
the
what I mean.
entire house,
Yeah, I
but
stabbed
I've
did
only
stab
heard
the
of that
house.
happening
Hey,
once.
he did stab the house.
I stabbed
That
the
being
house.
Oh, okay,
said,
then we
Was
should
there
be
a
good.
gazebo?
but well,
No
we
gazebo.
should be. But how much do you know about? Shoot, you wouldn't have been told anything about the inspector.
See, here's the question: if somebody magically enchanted it, could they file off the serial numbers?
Wait, what?
No, they could not.
Impossible.
That
What
would
does cereal have to
undo
do
the
with it?
magic that is.
And what kind of cereal are we talking? Captain Crunch?
Yeah, I am Captain Crunch.
That would
Guy
to
without a
do
crunch.
that to something that is already created would unravel it. It is woven into the very fabric of an enchantment, because wizards, we like to sign our work.
What
Yeah,
if you had
building-
somebody? What if there was a wizard who didn't want their work signed because they didn't want people knowing what kind of work they were doing?
They would mask it, because part of creating that magic is the signature. But I've seen such things where the signature is masked. It's fuzzy, if you will. Like looking through a spyglass and you've rubbed your hand and your hand grease gets on the end of it. Type of deal.
I
You
don't
know
think-
it's there, but you can't read it.
I see what you're thinking, Tony, but I don't think that this is a case of someone wanting him dead. There are easier ways to do that don't leave any evidence, especially
And
when they destroy
To
themselves.
be fair, mimics are rather expensive to make.
But
I
a
mean,
self-propagating mimic would be a money-making machine.
A self-propagating
assuming-
mimic would be impossible to control.
That you exactly, assuming that you could.
The trouble with triples.
Control the offspring.
Yes.
Now, if someone turned a building into a mimic, would that be a warehouse?
Only if it could turn
No,
itself
that would
back
be
and
a
forth.
lycanthrope.
Hmm.
A lycanthrope
where-
building.
If you
Where-
get
oh, that's
that's what happens when you pinch your finger in the door.
That's what. Yeah, a person who, when the moon turns full, they turn into a house. That's a warehouse.
Ah,
Yeah.
yes.
But I did know an ogre. His name was Ware.
I knew a troll named what?
Damn it!
Interesting.
Well, near terrestrial.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it?
I got you. I got one better. Why is Gamora?
What's a good? I've heard stories about this what fellow. He's a good guy.
How is
That
this?
absolutely needs to be clipped. Please. That was
So-
amazing.
I will. If you bring me any more of these, that would be great. Any more that you find,
Sure.
regardless
What are you paying?
of their condition, I'm paying with my silence.
No, you're not,
And-
because you want us to be silent.
You want me to make you an item.
I mean, that's true.
The
And
item is
I've
payment
have-
for our silence.
I have one. He's getting the other two. Well, yeah, we can call this one one. That's fine.
83%.
So that's three. I would need one more of this size to be able to make said item.
Okay. In that case,
If
Yeah.
it's dead. If it's
Yeah, okay.
alive,
no.
I could probably make one out
No.
of it.
Immediately, no.
Come on, you have two.
Oh, you're
hands.
no
I don't need one
fun.
of them.
Look,
Snow.
I
Snow.
like my bags to be unalive and made of leather that has already been killed and cured.
He just likes to kill everything.
No. Hold on a second. Only some things.
She looks at Snoke and gives him a once over. She goes, "So your bag is dead?"
I mean, I sure hope so.
He said, I think.
Have you tried
Oh
stabbing
dear
it?
me.
I take my backpack off and look at it. I take out my dagger and poke it a few times. Yep, seems dead to me.
Roll initiative.
Oh no!
No, I don't have the points anymore.
I also pull out my dagger because I don't assume he's just poking it. I assume he thinks it's alive. So Tony also is pulling out his dagger and starting to stab it like we're all just having a big stabbing fight.
She just watches. It's
Get
like,
off the
huh.
goods!
As Scarlett's standing very nervously, like still looking like after where the boy just went, because she's like, I want to make sure he doesn't get eaten.
Yeah, he'll be fine. I assume he took something from the showroom.
I was.
He took a
I really
wand or
hope it's not-
something.
He took a wand.
Which display did he take it from? The left one or the right one?
I don't know. Go look and
Which one
see
was
which
it?
one's empty.
The one, I think he grabbed the wand of acid, which I don't think is going to help him against a mimic.
No, it's the wand of duplicating. When you break it in half, you have two wands of duplicating.
They're just half the size of the original.
That size.
Roll me a history check, Scarlett. See if you remember. Additionally, if you're
Well, just
going
look
to
on-
hunt mimics,
Wait.
I have a secret for you. Alcohol of sufficient strength will dissolve their adhesion.
Oh, I thought you meant get drunk first. Okay.
No. That's probably a bad idea.
14.
Yeah, they were pretty sticky.
It was the right one.
Yeah, there's
The
one
right
missing
display
right there.
case.
It was.
So he didn't take
It-
the wrong one.
It was the one on this side.
Okay, we should be okay then.
It wasn't actually a
We
wand,
or
it was a
he?
rod. It was the movable rod. You press the button and it falls.
I slight side tangent. I got my DM
Slight.
to turn that immovable rod into arrows for me because I looked over the description. I was like, it activates with a button. Put the button on the end.
Oh no.
I think Dustin created the arrow of staying, where it was turned
Yep.
into a crossbow bolt, and you shoot it off and when you shoot it off and it hits with the button.
That's exactly what I did. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
amazing.
The best part is that campaign, we have airships and we're fighting other airships.
Ah, so that's an air break.
Nice. Yep.
She
That's it. You just. Mhm.
she points to Scarlett. You seem rather strong. Over by the fireplace, which is right over here. Will you grab the cauldron that's sitting on the floor? I have to start distilling this before it gets too rancid.
She'll go and grab it.
All right. And she setting it at the edge of the table, she takes an arm and just goes like this across the table and shoves everything off so it dumps into the cauldron.
Yeah.
And then she waves a hand over her
Go for
her
guts.
arm, and it prestidigitates and cleans everything up. Ah,
Still gross.
all better.
It's about 83% better.
Have you ever had mimic stew? I recommend doing it with more fresh, but
Is it really, really spicy?
a little bit.
No, it's acidy like tomatoes.
No, it's
That's
fine.
right, like
It eats
vinegar.
you while
No,
you eat it.
Well, it's not
You
quite
know-
that bad because the cooking process nullifies the harsher acidic properties,
Oh,
but
that's
there's a
true,
little
that's
bit of bite in it.
You know what though? There's this place down in Guadalajara. They actually make mimic stew with black dragon acid breath weapon. Let me tell you, you're gonna shit fire for a week.
I can imagine. Probably
If you
your
get a
guts
fresh-
out as well.
You get fresh mimic that was a chest. Does it have a woodsy flavor?
It's like it's a nice aged oak.
So,
If you use fireball, take
She-
it out. It's now smoked.
once I have those, I will have most of what I need. Potentially, if everything goes perfectly, I will have enough essence from these creatures that I will be able to start the process. Ideally, the reason I say I need one more is because if anything doesn't go perfectly, then I'm stuck and I have to wait. But I can get started with what I have.
Okay.
This will take
So
me
if
the
you-
better part of today to finish reducing what is left to something usable. And if you come across any more in the meantime, that would be great.
Now this item that you're making that detects mimics, does it detect
Yes.
other things? Can it be made to detect other things that can assume forms and shapes that are not their natural form or shape?
Potentially.
Would
It
be a
will
very
work for
useful
certain
feature.
on mimics. But anything you might be able to see anything that has the ability in naturally to change its shape. It will for certain work on mimics. I will not promise the efficacy of any other shape-changing creature.
That's fair.
And it
Alright.
will only do so if they are using said ability. So if say a mimic is looking like your privy, for instance, you would see a glow or a sheen around it.
It's like when you have that
I would
Guadalajara
recommend
mimic
using
stew.
that
New
one.
fear unlocked.
Go
Check
on.
the
It
urinal.
got spooky dooky.
With
It's
that
fine.
being
It
said,
makes-
is there anything else you require?
Yeah, so much. What's a HSC?
Oh, that's one of the courier companies. It stands for Hop, Stop, and Clop.
Stop and clock. Okay, so courier, like they just
Oh, it's HSC. I heard HSE.
so
They transport packages, people. They're a branch of the Merchants Guild.
okay.
So they do deliveries. Sometimes they deliver here. But yeah, there's a couple other services as well. There's Silver Steeds and what's the other one? It's not Corvo. Corvo's the jackass in the Silver District that has a magic shop.
Corvo to Jackass. Corvo to Jackass. Silverstein.
I didn't know donkeys could speak and sell magic items for that matter.
His name is Jack Corvo. No. Corvo, okay, so Corvo's a jackass. Good to know. I'll put him in the jackass section of my Rolodex book. I'll write you off because
How
you're a
many
jackass.
assholes we got in here?
Yeah, you know,
It's
I don't rush.
Corin's Couriers.
Okay, Corin's Couriers.
That one's run by Mabon Barreltor. He his family is one of the older groups that have been here. They've been here a long time. They raise all their own horses. They take a lot of pride in that.
Oh, nice. Excellent. Raising horses. I take a lot of notes. This is good. This is all good information.
Yeah, He's the
Tony's
grand.
like- Mhm. He's the grand. He is grand. Oh.
He's like great grandson of Corin, as you might guess.
Hmm.
I forget. It's not my ancestry is not my thing.
Oh yeah. No, me neither. I'm a barbarian. I just beat shit till it dies.
I see that. And she points to the cauldron.
Yeah.
All right.
I imagine that whatever Tony's writing down isn't actually legible.
No, at some point he's just writing like keep
Hmm.
writing things to look smart. It's not actually true. Like there are full pages in there that are just like just keep writing.
He's actually just drawing what he thinks is a self-portrait, and it's a really detailed drawing of a dragon.
It's an amazing dragon. Yeah. It's got like it's got wings and four legs and like it's got all the elements of all the different types of dragons. This is my.
She starts like putting that. She dumps a bunch of various flasks into the cauldron, and she surprisingly picks up the cauldron with everything in it and takes it back over to the fireplace. Snaps her fingers, and that cooks up with a blue flame, and it matches her blue cloak, and that starts bubbling, and it gives a terrible smell.
Oh yeah, that's gross. I'm gonna go. Nice doing business with you.
Oh, come on. It's not that much worse than. No, wait, that's awful.
Feel free to come back when you find another, and you can check back tomorrow to see on the progress if you like, or the day after. Day after, I should have some information on how well. I will certainly have information on how well this went, but I'll probably be awake all night tonight. This is fun.
This crazy Columbo thing I just got in my brain. That as we're walking out, Tony just turns back and he goes, "Oh yeah, one more question. If one of the courier places in town was just like killing people, where would they go?"
Probably back to their headquarters.
That makes sense. All right, cool. Thanks.
Most of the places have lounges for their drivers, private stables, things like that.
Thanks.
HSC definitely has a driver's lounge. Silver Steeds. I can't say that I've worked with them very much. I don't like going over into the Silver District very much.
It's a jackass.
The rich bricks.
Out there.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Honestly, I feel like we got to get Corvo on our side. He's going to help us. I feel like he's going to be the important NPC that gets us through.
He will not help you. He is a prick, as you have said.
Just ask Try. Even a prick can be useful.
Indeed, it can. Oh, if you're interested in such things, there is a place that is pretty well known around the city. It's called. What was it called? And she spaces out for a second. Blanc's Bordello.
Ah. Lungs.
It
Bordello.
it has a very. The place is clean. I can tell you that much. And I've done work
Oh,
for
I can
them.
fix that.
I'm sure you can.
Do they allow dragons in there though? That's the question.
They cater to a variety of clientele.
That's what I like
That's
to hear.
not a no.
And that's
Right.
why I said it.
If you got the coin, they'll make it happen.
She
Isn't that most places?
she
Don't
takes
ask,
one of her
don't tell.
ladles to go to stir the cauldron. She takes it out, and it's no longer a ladle; it's more a metal stick. She's like,
What'd
Okay,
you
she
say,
chucks it
Alex?
over.
I said, isn't that most places in D&D?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. I really
She
thought she was
gets
going to
a
take the
different
ladle
shiny
out
one and
lick-
starts.
lick the spoon. Ooh,
Well,
spicy.
I mean, it was broken, so there was nothing in there.
Same.
What I
Anyway.
What was a spoon is now a slotted spoon.
It's a fork.
Nah,
Metal
it's-
stick.
it's more of a spear, really.
Nice,
It's a
man.
wonk.
It's a kebab spear, yeah.
Yeah,
It's a shank. It's a shank now.
you get something that looks a little shinier, but it's still like a ladle thing. She goes, that takes it out. That one's still whole. And she indeed does take a just a real quick taste, and she's like off to the side. Perfect. It's
I'm like,
working perfectly.
amazing.
Good lord.
Where the hell are we going from here?
Come on,
Where are
time
we
to hide in
going?
the vat of acid.
Isn't this a Joker's origin story? In
Not
1989, but
either that or a Rick and Morty episode.
That's what I was thinking.
so where are we going? Where are we going? What are we doing? We know we got to get another mimic. We gotta go.
Back to the dojo?
We going to the
then
dojo?
we should probably make sure that the kid's okay, if for no other reason that so that Scarlett doesn't freak out on us later if he doesn't show up.
That's true.
Scarlett's a little stressed, not gonna lie.
Yeah. Let's go check on
All
the
right.
moron.
Especially after the shop owner was like, "Are you sure you found them all?" She's like, "No." And she's like, if the dojo master was beat by a freaking mimic, this poor kid.
No, as we
So-
discussed, he has a shotgun.
That's right. A double,
Something
double
like
I
barrel.
know. I messaged Anthony. I said a double barrel wand of magic missiles.
So she
Correct.
walks you out into the room, and she's like, "Wait a second, you said that one, right?" She points to the. Were you facing the right way when you said that one? So did you mean that one?
It
I
says
meant
missed.
the
There's
one
a spot
if
where
I'm
there's
looking at it now, is this one.
Ma'am, I'll
Oh,
be
no.
honest, I don't think she.
there's one missing. Just the one that's missing, right? He took it off the
Well-
wall. It's like a shoe store. There's an empty rack right there.
And it's about this
Hopefully
time
he
we hear a
doesn't use
big
it.
boom.
I was just gonna.
Yeah,
It wasn't a ray of
Hopefully he
fire.
does-
It wasn't a wand of fireball. It was a wand of ray of disintegration.
No, it was a wand of circle of death.
It was a wand
well,
made from.
Hopefully
It
he
was a
doesn't need
wand.
to use it.
It was a wand made
And,
from a beholder's eye stalk.
Oh,
It's a wand of disintegration. When you use it, it disintegrates.
It,
and anything it touches.
yeah.
Hopefully he doesn't use.
So you
Should be fine.
you
We
head
don't need
out.
to. Pew!
Yeah, let's go
Um,
check on.
She
let's
gets
go
back
check
to
on the-
work.
Yeah, we're gonna go check on the dummies, and also the fighting things.
And anybody can roll me a D100 real quick.
Ooh.
I got it.
Just one.
I got it. I got it.
Oh, you got a real one. Yep.
Oh, perfect.
I got a golf ball.
While
Be
she's
for
rolling
another
it, for
hour
our
waiting for it to waiting for it to land.
for our
19.
friends at home. Nice.
Oh,
That is called
Okay.
a dodecahedron.
so you are within eye shot of Gundahar's dojo, and you hear a woof, woof,
Yep.
and there's smoke coming out of every window.
No.
Scarlett's running.
Yeah.
Question.
let's go.
Also, all of the shutters fly open.
No.
About this time, I'm guessing Try is pacing around the general center.
Yep. Oh yeah, he's
Is
been
it
there a bit,
audible?
probably snacking on some. Oh yes.
I
And
was
then
just
you
gonna
see
say,
a
this-
little
yeah.
bit of smoke come up in the direction where your
Heading in that
other party
direction.
members.
And now all the things that I've been saying that have actually been in your head because we're now collectively schizophrenic.
So Scarlett heads in. Everything smells smoky.
Oh, it's a nice
And as you
mesquite.
head in-
It's a- oh,
You look directly at the stairs because they're kind of in view. There's something smoldering up there, and that's what you see right off the bat.
Smoking.
we're not on the map. That's fine.
No,
I'm
you're.
gonna come.
Oh, here we go.
I'm
So
not.
Scarlett gets in. Scarlett gets in first.
Yep.
We all just kind of, because we're all moving at
Scarlett-
about the same speed, I guess.
Yeah. So there's something smoldering right there.
Noted.
It's more piley. It's not. Doesn't have arms per se or legs. So
Did it at one point?
Yeah, where are the arms and the legs? Are they just kind of?
there
elsewhere
are
in
no
the
arms
build-
and legs. It's like a pile.
Ah.
And then all of a sudden you hear from back in this corner, and you see the apprentice holding the wand like this. His eyes are huge, and he's on the ground just. I got it.
Snoke's just gonna put his hands. It's like, whoa, we're human, kid.
And
Wait,
the
no, we're
wand
not.
disintegrates in his hands.
We're not human.
So best you can tell, he unleashed every fireball that was in that wand all at once. He just went.
Jesus.
Amazing.
So
What was it?
We
It was a wand of
didn't get
fireball.
them all.
No, the thing on the stairs.
It was a mimic.
Okay.
Kid.
The stairs were the mimic.
No, it
Say,
was upstairs.
Was it the dojo master?
But
No,
we
no.
stabbed
In a
everything
room we
up
didn't
there.
check. I'm
Hmm.
gonna. Is it Dad? Scar, is that Dad up there?
What? No. What if it's just pretend? What if it just shapeshifted
Sword
into
out.
a burnt pile?
Yeah, stab it,
It goes splat
Okay.
when you hit it.
Okay, I'm gonna walk over to the kid and be like, hey, honestly, this is probably the best case scenario, okay? Right? You're
This time
alive.
I
He
creak
looks-
the door
he's-
open. Is everyone okay in here?
Yep. He pops on in. Ari and
Scarlett's
Trico.
upstairs and she's just stabbing everything.
He's like, I got the other two in my bag, and he has a satchel right next to him.
We
It
left
took a
some
little
radio
bit.
shit.
There's goo, like he's covered in goo, because he was shoving the mimics into a bag of holding, and dead mimics are kind of unruly. They don't really hold
Yeah.
shape very well.
Kid, look at me. You better know.
Yeah.
You better know how fucking awesome you are. It took 3 of us to kill 3 of them. You just took out 3 of them by yourself.
But I had. Oh shit! I broke her
Yeah,
one.
no,
I'm
it's
in
fine.
trouble.
It's fine.
No.
You know why? Because she can make another one. She can't make another you.
Well,
Have you seen her basement?
No, not
No,
yet.
not yet.
And every time it gets brought up, I want to less and less.
Can someone fill me in? What's going on? What are we making more or less of? And
Is the other
why
one
does
dead?
this place smell?
Is Is there another one?
Oh,
Hang on, there's
right.
another one.
Trico.
no, is
we
that
forgot
one
to tell
dead?
you. We forgot to tell you, Trico. There's mimics.
I'm sorry,
There
what?
were-
Yeah.
There were mimics. Which other one? Which
Scarlett's
other one?
upstairs.
I
Step,
heard
step,
another
step,
one.
step.
Did you say there's another one?
No. The one that was on the stairs. Is that dead?
Oh, yeah, that's dead.
Okay. I was told to get all of them. And he walks up and he's picking parts up, and some of them like fall away in little bits of char. He's like, I hope this is enough. He opens up the bag and he's like,
Me too.
and it's still kind of gooey, but it's got some grit to it because of all the char.
Right, it's got a nice bark on it.
And as he's walking, like even his shoes, they give a little.
He's walking. Yeah.
I got them all.
You did. Fuck. Yeah, you
You,
did.
you definitely.
All right.
did.
How does he look? Like, is he covered in anything?
He's got goo all over
Everything.
him. He smells a little smoky. He's a little singed.
Here, bud.
This
Be
kid looks
careful
like-
next time, and I'm gonna cast prestidigitation on him to clean him up.
He's like, oh, I've been trying to learn that. I haven't quite got it right yet. It always comes back.
Oh no!
Yeah.
So thanks.
It honestly, it will come back. It's only gonna last like an hour.
Oh, my master
Now,
said what my master does. Like it never comes back. I don't know how she does it.
She
Now,
might be
does it
cleaning
come
things
back because-
when you're not paying attention?
Oh,
Yeah, does it
maybe.
come back because you kill something else? And it's just new?
no.
Oh.
Like she had me practice on like piles of dirt that I sweep up. So I cast prestidigitation on it, and it goes away. But then it comes back.
Are you sure you're not accidentally casting minor illusion?
Or banish.
No.
They're
Yeah.
very similar.
Or banish? Or plane shift?
And he says, "No, I'm not sure."
Valid. Now, you want to know something fun about prestidigitation? It can
Huh.
clean an area, and it can also do this. I'm gonna point at Snoke, and I'm gonna cast prestidigitation. I'm shitting Snoke's pants. I can clean or soil 1 cubic foot of it.
That was. My master said she said it. That was the spell of greater incontinence.
I want you to know, Snoke is just going to close his eyes. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not. Nope. Fuck it. And he reaches down, pulls out his rapier, and points it at Trico. Fix it.
I don't know.
Tony's-
I don't know what the issue is.
Tony's like, Snoke, I don't want to alarm you, but I think somebody shit your pants. Snoke, are your pants a mimic?
He is fully stony gazing Trico right now.
The boy goes up on the stairs and kind of peeks over through the banisters and stuff like that, and goes, "Are they all gone up here? I don't have any more
I'm still
wands."
stabbing. She's stabbing boards. She's stabbing the wall. She's stabbing chairs. Like everything.
Crates
The
and
paper
boxes,
on the
yeah.
desk.
Perfect. Well, I gotta go now. I gotta get back. Bye.
You
Thanks.
hang on. Dude, you hang on. You hang on right there. Grab him. Somebody opportunity attack him.
So I imagine you kind of snag him as he's going by, like by the back of the shirt. What? What?
Are we
What?
Cool, are we cool with letting him go back? Shut up. Are we cool with letting him go back by himself? I think we're okay with that. I just want to be careful. I want to make sure.
I
Does
got here
Scarlett
for
find anything else upstairs in
No.
any of the rooms? Okay.
none.
Okay. She comes back downstairs. She's
Okay.
gonna walk him back to the shop. this is how it's going. It's like, I'm not letting you out of my sight.
Honestly, it's not about your safety, kid. It's about her state of mind.
Okay. He kind of looks between Tony and Scarlett. And he says to Tony, he goes, "Does she do uppies?"
Does, but you gotta say you gotta say it like this. You gotta go, oh, peace, like this, like
Okay.
gritty, bassy voice.
I don't know if I can do that, but I'll try.
All right, yeah.
Because
So-
frankly, I'm exhausted after that.
Oh, I bet you are. I mean, you are a complete badass. See, wait,
He runs over to Scarlett,
Try.
and he stops.
try. Can you do thaumaturgy to make his voice like 3 times louder?
I cannot.
He runs over to Scarlett and looks up and he goes, Miss
Oh,
Uppies?
it's my last 2nd level spell.
And he looks back at Tony and he gives him a thumbs up.
By the time he looks back to her, she's already down on one knee and has her arm out. Like that's the position that she usually does for for Tony. If they're not in a rush, she lets him like climb up on her knee and like use her arm to like get himself
Yeah,
up there.
he totally does it. He's like, sweet.
She stands
This is
up.
the
kid's
tallest
now
I've ever
7,
been.
like it's almost 8 feet tall.
Watch your head, though.
Yep.
He goes, what? And smack! Right on one of the rafters. Ah!
In the dojo, that's right. Her head was just skimming the.
Uh-huh.
Puts him through it up into the 2nd floor.
She hunches over and walks out the door.
Amazing.
So- You get back to the magic shop with no further issues, no other attacks, or anything
And their
of that
party's back
nature.
together again.
Only one building blew up. Yay!
Shutters were blown open. It's still kind of trickling out smoke. The whole place sounds like char. Yeah.
We know they can't. We know they can't investigate for shit, so we're fine. So what'd you find? What'd you find out going to talk to the rich fuckers? Did you blow anything up? I didn't hear anything blow up. That's
Oh.
Try and Ari.
We heard that this spot. Meanwhile, I'm dodging rapier strikes from Snoke. we heard a loud noise coming from this direction, and then I saw smoke, so we just rushed over this way.
Yeah, it was so scary that Snoke shit his pants.
Why said that?
That's crazy.
Crazy.
All right, fuck it.
Roll it.
Like, hey, Trico, how's your athletics?
My athletics?
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
He's a bard.
I
I,
love
think they're
panic
no.
in
You
his
mean my
voice.
acrobatic?
Like, what?
No, my
Acrobatics,
not
sure,
great.
too.
Not great.
God damn it.
Oh.
Woo! I'm untouchable.
Just, I will shove you and then stab.
What in the hell? You roll? I'm sorry. Did you roll a literal 0?
I am not okay with this course of events.
Okay, I'm gonna be nice. I'll cast Prestidigitation and unshit your pants.
I was gonna say.
Keep in mind, I cast Suggestion earlier. He failed, and I told him to shit himself.
Now,
And
So-
then I have to
before
alert so he can't get his rogue surprise round off.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Before you
Woohoo!
unshit his pants, let me do the verbal and Sapanic component, and then you do the spell, so it looks like I'm doing it, so he thinks I can do magic.
You know I can hear you.
Sure, buddy. Sure thing.
Gotta work on you.
I assume the group of you are probably going to stay in the same general location for the evening.
Where's
Yeah,
the
I
CD
guess.
Where's the CDJ? I'm staying at the bordello. No, not really.
How is everyone's coin looking?
How's
Fine.
I'm
everyone's
solid.
coin?
I ain't spent nothing.
What I mean
Yeah.
is, are you
Oh.
of the affluent nature, or would staying at an inn for more than a single gold put you in the red?
Oh no, I'm
It
fine
would-
with that.
It wouldn't put me in the red, but if we could find a place that has a fight pit, I could earn us a room.
If you want a fight pit, we wouldn't need you to earn the room in the first place. You know what? I haven't been there in a while. It's not great, but I feel like the seedier area might be better for finding information on the rest of the disappearances. Let's head towards the Ruffled Goose.
Yeah, there we go. And even if I don't earn a room, I still get to beat somebody up.
Hmm.
Amazing.
So, at Ruffled Goose is a small place. Very small. Let me do something real quick.
Same.
It's not the size that matters, it's how cheap the rooms are.
That's
Is that what you tell yourself at night?
not how I've heard it where I'm from, but I'll run with it.
You are able to get rooms there. Um, so the Ruffled Goose is run. Oh crap! That's not the browser that I want.
These are not the droids you're looking for.
That too.
Oh.
Hmm.
Correct.
So, is run by Salim Drake, dwarf. His hair is actually pretty well kempt, and his beard is cut kind of squared off. Gray eyes. He's about 4.5 feet tall, and the one server there. When you walk in, you hear them bickering back and forth like they're like a married couple.
Mhm.
Kind of like have you seen Hocus Pocus, right?
Yeah.
When they go to visit Satan,
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
the husband and wife that are it's like
Yeah.
that.
Amazing.
And basically you hear,
I know.
"Hey, stop
I think
stop yeah. Stop are you not able to get in?"
No.
Snoke's
happened?
running around the sides of the
For
building.
whatever
I see
reason,
Snoke just run down.
all doors are considered walls.
And we can't open the door, so
I'm going in the window.
oh,
Yeah, that's fine.
Hey, I found my way in. I've passed the first test.
There we go. But
Hey, Salim, old friend.
oh, you're back. I'm
Yes, well-
surprised she hasn't scared you off here yet.
No one can
And you
scare
just
me
see
off.
her flip him off and continue cleaning the tables.
No one can scare me off, you know that. After all, I feel like I've brought in my fair share of business for you. You know how I am.
You've done well enough. You've made them ignore her cooking.
Yes, but there's a strange.
Listen here, Selim. Next time you come into my cooking, I'm gonna cook you.
No, there's a strange comfort though that comes from a homely meal.
That's one way of putting it.
I'm not sure if that was a compliment or an insult.
That is
What?
exactly what I work with.
I'm not going to try to figure it out. That's between you and her.
Um, me and my friends here, my compatriots, are going to need some room and board for at least the night. Do you have 5 rooms available?
I don't know if we have 5 rooms in the building. Hold on a
Gla-
second.
Glances back at Scarlett and Tony. 4 rooms available?
Yeah. I'm like a puppy. I
got-
can just curl up at the bottom of the bed.
Snuggle buddy, she
got
just
a
holds him.
couple of
Yeah, she holds
doubles.
him like a doll.
And we got
I'm her.
a single room.
I'm her stuffy.
All right. Well, both doubles and the single would probably be fine. I don't feel like
Like
doing
it-
any business tonight. Who would like to bunk with me for the night?
Me.
Well, don't all jump at the bit.
I'll be honest. I know what
Please
you
Are-
do.
calm
and
yourselves. It's fine. I
I
understand.
know too much about what you do and not enough about where you've been.
Hold on a second. Are any of you normally bunking together?
Yeah.
All right, hold on
I-
a second. And he heads on upstairs. You hear, "Hey, get the fuck up! Get the fuck out!"
I am.
Yes.
Fuck up. I mean,
What? Let me get my pants. I don't care about your damn pants. Get the fuck out! And you see a guy run out, in his shirt, holding his boots under an arm and a bag over the other, no pants. And then Salim trudges back down and chucks the pants at him. They land and flip over the sides of his head. It's like, "Don't worry about your tab. Come back tomorrow."
I try.
Uh,
Shit his
all
pants.
right.
I'm guessing, I glance back. Glance back. Tim Overstand is welcome again.
No. But now we have 2 single rooms.
Very well.
Hmm.
That is annoying,
Wait.
but I can afford the lot of them.
All right. You're going to get both
That's
singles
good.
and both doubles?
Yeah. Well, we would need 4 rooms. We'd only need 3 singles and 1 double.
All right.
We're gonna take a.
But
Do you need another single? I can go back up.
don't worry about it, Salim.
Oh.
I appreciate you, my
Okay.
friend. I can cover the extra expense for a double.
The rooms for the night. I forget what my prices were. It's like,
I think it's like
call
a
it a
silver.
gold for all of them.
You want me to call it a silver or gold?
What?
Okay, here you go.
Friend, call it the rooms and meals for all 5 of us tonight, and the rest is yours. And I hand him 3 gold.
Jesus Christ, money bags.
As I said, I can afford it. I've had some good luck recently.
Alrighty, I won't
That
say
what you
no
call
to
it?
gold. And he walks around and you hear coins dropping into a metal box.
Careful, it might be a mimic.
Good luck.
said
Is that
what?
what you? Is that
Just
what you call that
investing.
move?
So
We've
you
recently
guys,
taken up some work, and there's been just some rumors and nonsense going around about mimics. Don't worry about it.
oh, all right. Consider me not worrying.
Come think of it, Salim. I gotta ask. Anything weird been going on this side of town?
Only when she comes into work.
Yes, I'm very aware. Though
And
it's more entertaining.
roll
every
me
day.
a dex check or dex save real quick.
I have danger sense. Do I know what's about to?
What is the
yeah?
dex save for? I need to know.
It's not an attack on you. You're just in the way.
Okay, then I don't get any bonus for it. Just dexterity saving throw or a dex check.
Do a check.
Okay. Oof.
Oh.
I'm
So
not doing well. I have not rolled very well like this whole time.
only at the very beginning you were rolling like a madman.
I-
So
I've only rolled once over 10 actually this entire game.
you're sitting there talking with them and kind of chuckling with his jokes, and a fire poker hits your horns, causing your head to dart forward as it was directly aimed at Salim.
Careful.
And all of a sudden you
could
hear,
lose.
"Oh, I'm sorry. I was aiming for his face. I did not mean to get you. Consider tonight's meal on me."
Well, thankfully your cooking is better than your aim.
Much.
But no, I've just been curious. I remember that rumor of that woman who went to see the baker and just didn't come back.
Yeah, I heard about that too.
Anything
I heard.
anything else you heard about that specifically, or similar stories? People just
Oh,
seem to be
well,
up and leaving out of nowhere.
Yeah, I heard a couple here and there, but I heard that particular lady had a thing for her neighbor's husband.
Yeah. Granted, I'm not sure how accurate that is, because she's maybe specifically him was not as easy to attempt as I thought she'd be. Granted, didn't have as much coin either, so it wasn't really much of a prospect.
I mean, to each their own, I guess.
But
We're gonna-
you said you heard a couple stories like that. What else have you heard? I'm
Uh,
always looking for more stories.
In these parts, well, there's a general store. One of their folks left. Said they were going to bigger business or something. Some rumor about them not getting paid very well, or I don't know.
Fair.
Employees are always complaining about their pay, right?
Yeah.
She flips them off again. She's like, "Wouldn't have to complain if you paid me more than a pittance." She's like,
Mr.
"Yeah, yeah,
Unionize.
yeah."
Scarlett, let's play tic-tac-toe.
There's some other stuff like that. Stable boy ran off with some lady from a neighboring farm. I don't know. It's just stuff happens. People get pissed off and they leave.
Yeah, I've been concerned about that. It seems to be happening a lot frequently, very frequently recently. Wondering if it's something in the water.
I mean, if it's bad water, that's a good reason for people to clear out, huh?
Yeah, exactly. Or maybe good water somewhere else. But
Would be.
not that is all. I appreciate it. We'll take those.
Not a problem.
We'll chat around a bit here. I might play some music if anybody's interested in listening. And then we'll get our rest for the night.
If you want some more privacy, just go into the little alcove over on the side there, and he points over to the side where it's kind of more private-y from the main area. And yeah, your food will come out when it's done. Hopefully
what was
when
her
it's
name
not
again?
burnt. Who? His?
No, not his. Her. The other one's name.
I don't recall.
That's why
I
she
had
don't
one
like
for
you,
it.
because you don't
Her
even
name was
know
I don't
your
recall?
employees' names. Yeah.
Brilliant name.
You don't
Yeah,
even.
It's a strange name, isn't it?
I feel like
Yeah,
I,
It's
that's
Rosemary.
It's German.
It's Rosie.
Okay. You know, Rosie, my offer is still always available if you want to blow off some steam.
I'll blow off
Oh,
more
is
than
that what-
steam.
Is that what you call it? Some steam?
You know, on my mother's side, twice removed, I'm part fire genasi.
Hot.
You know,
Literally.
my uncle's cousin's neighbor's dog used to be royalty, and I think that makes me royalty too.
I'm sure to somebody, you can be king for a night. So,
I fully have let Scarlett win that last round of tic-tac-toe, and I just look up from her scratching across as she wins. I'm a dragon, and then I go back to the next.
all right. That's
a
where
reminder,
we
folks.
will
Just a reminder,
stop
Tony.
things a bit.
A dragon that has 4 legs and 2 wings is technically an insect.
That's true.
No.
What if
Oh.
it has 6
Oh.
legs and wings? Then it's a cockroach.
No, then it's an arachnid.
Yes, an arachnid.
A fly,
Centaurs are
flying
also
arachnid.
insects.
There are spiders with wings. I hate to tell you that.
I
Hmm
don't like
Oh, so
this.
That's
I don't
8
like
legs
this
and
line of
wings.
conversation. It's gross.
That's fair. If it has 6 legs and wings, it could be a flying displacer beast.
I think that's been a proactive 5-hour
Oh
session.
no. I watched that and heard that thought happen. Thank you, Anthony.
Yep.
But
Amazing.
yeah, as the night goes on, you guys discuss what you found out, and Rosemary, Rosie, as she's commonly called, brings you your food. Salim makes sure your drinks are full, and people filter in throughout the night. In and out. It's a small place, so it gets a little cramped in certain areas. Salim keeps people out of the back alcove over there entirely. And yeah. That's where we will leave it.
Beautiful.
Amazing.
This is amazing.
Very
I'm so
fun.
confused and so intrigued.
I love the idea that I think Scarlett druid crafts flowers into Rosie's hair while she's delivering the food. We have this
And
thing about
Scarlett's
druid
made a
craft.
best friend.
Oh, the kid?
No, Rosie. Rosie loves it.
Oh,
She's so used to Salim and the bickering back and forth. They are not related. They're not married. Nothing at all. They're just at each other all the time. It's like it's just their relationship. Everybody thinks it's terrible. Like people come in and be like, "I'm amazed she hasn't stabbed him yet." And it's like, I'm amazed he hasn't
Yes.
stuffed her down the outhouse. It's like somebody else is like, "No, both of those things have already happened."
Yeah.
you know they're full of him. This guy Snoke here knew this dude for one day and tried to stab him because he shit his pants.
So
I'm just trying to make the kid feel better. See
so
what's
that
this?
happens. You guys are able to discuss what things you want to do the following day, whether it be doing some more searching at various courier companies, going to talk to Navarra and see how her brew is going. Maybe have a little cup of soup there. I don't know. Depends on what you're into, right?
I'm at some
We also
breakfast
should be in-
gazpacho.
We should reinvestigate the silver billet this time, less for information and more for information. My skills might not be as helpful at the silver billet this time around. I need someone
who's
who
gonna
can
walk.
find traps easily.
That's not me.
Awesome.
I find them by setting them off.